Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. Minasan, okainasai. Today is our first, uh, what I'm going to be referring to as the Plus series. Basically, after we have finally concluded our, sustainable, consecutive, daily, yearly projects, I am going to follow up whenever there's something to wrap up, like a big chunk of things to wrap up. So today, 今日は1 plus, right? 1 plus. This would be considered, I guess I'm going to use this notation from now on, like a plus series. So this is any projects that go for longer than a year, and then they are going to have updates that revolve around waiting for the updates to happen or maybe catching up. So I'm going to be using the notation plus as part of the purasu series, right? Like a plus series. And any of these will come up whenever there's going to be a major update or a cumulative amount of updates in which I make time for. These aren't going to be like planned in normal intervals. Plus series is just the extra. The idea is like it's the same notation as like new game plus, right? NG plus. So we're gonna start keeping track of the various updates with the plus notation. The plus notation is to indicate that these aren't part of my consecutive projects. We've since concluded WaniKani's daily consecutive project. It was around 520 days, and that's when we reached level 60. Now, next to that, there was a little bit extra. So this is considered, we'll make this as the poetic transition. There is still a chunk of lessons left, which are the level 60 lessons, which we'll go over today, cover today. And by sheer coincidence, they did not forecast a content update in the last block. The last block's content update was up to July 1st. By coincidence, though, on July 2nd, or like today, either yesterday or today, they did actually add another update, which moved and adjusted and added 5 more lessons. So we're covering as a inaugural first time. We're collapsing all of them. Now you can also see that reviews still stack very heavily, regardless of whether I'm streaming the content or not. And I've been adjusting the routine a little bit. Now I basically microdose reviews. So from time to time, when my projects kind of line up, like there's a lot going on and things happening, reviews pile up. Now, I guess today we'll make the attempt. How this is organized is it's going to prioritize the first 126. So that is the minimum requirement for today to unlock the rest of the lessons. This plus series is going to cover any updates, like cumulative updates. So moving forward, once we complete these lessons, there will be no longer any more lessons in WaniKani, right? Including the newest 5. So we're covering all the possible lessons. In terms of reviews are going to be happening in the background for me. I do them at my leisure, and usually it's like I do something interesting, then I go back to doing 100 reviews. I do something interesting, like work on my projects and whatnot, then I go back to doing 100 reviews. So typically these numbers are going to fluctuate at any time of these plus series, but I no longer am doing the daily upkeep stuff. This is considered what I typically consider as the maintenance routine. So maintenance is I execute on my however I'm doing things to an extent that kind of represents SRS, right? Instead, think about it as maintenance of skills. So, in terms of whatever routine I have right now with WaniKani, I do that sufficiently enough throughout my day. I microdose periodically in my routine. So, I execute the routine every once in a while throughout the day. It's kind of very similar to like fitness maintenance or mobility maintenance. Whenever I go get up between a stream session, I stretch. And sometimes I would do like a bit of calisthenics in between, then I come back. The idea is that maintenance requires, in my opinion, maintenance, the essential part of a maintenance schedule is that you have skills that you can micro dose throughout the day. And it's about the cumulative volume, consistently keeping up the cumulative volume across basically your entire life. So when it comes to stretching, if I'm going to stand around and wait for something, I might as well stretch. If I'm going to take a quick break and go to the bathroom, I might as well stretch, that kind of thing. So in terms of WaniKani, it's very much like how I kept up with my English vocabulary and grammar and whatnot. If I'm going to speak to someone, I might as well practice some speaking, whether it's alone, with another person. The idea is you keep your skills and you practice your foundations, at least minimally your foundations. That's what maintenance is. Now, foundations is a moving target when it comes to maintenance schedule. The foundations is everything up to your current skill level most of the time. So we're not talking about like, oh, if foundations was the first year of school, to maintain that skill, you only practice the first year of school over and over again. It starts to creep up a little. So you eventually establish your own minimal foundations to keep and retain most of your performance. So the idea is if I speak at a specific level, I would have a proportionally amount of foundations that I want to practice over time. I don't simply wait for the application. I look for the application. So I feel one of the things that SRS, at least in my opinion, conditions young, at least like people who aren't used to this, like schedules, maintenance schedules, like self-imposed maintenance schedules. It's trackers and technology like this that I'm a little bit concerned. Not that it's a deal breaker, because you can keep on relying on the technology. The idea is that what this conditions humans that use trackers and stuff to do is they'll always execute on their minimum requirements. And that minimum requirement is bottlenecked at the tool level. So like when I ask someone, oh, so what else are you going to do with WaniKani while you're using WaniKani? They're like, nothing. Because this is the minimum amount that they're going to do and the maximum amount they're going to do. They're either going to do the min or the max. They're the same. That's idealism. You stick with idealism. So for myself, this is to illustrate that I can keep things in maintenance while also, as my skill level progress, right? Like as I level up my skills, my maintenance goes up too, as in it doesn't go up like 1-to-1. It goes up proportionally. So what I'm saying is, if one day I'm fluent, like if I become fluent in Japanese, for example, then the maintenance is different from the day one that I started learning. Because when you start mastering a skill, you start reflecting and become aware of how minimal, how efficient and minimally that you need to cover all of your foundations now. Like even complex skills have emergent foundations that do not exist at the beginner level. So like we're not talking about covering everything one to one, like what's a verb, what's a subject, what's the way you maintain the grammar and all of that will change over time to match your skill. It's practicing that. That is what I mean. So, like in calisthenics, for example, I still have compound movements as my go-to, as opposed to isolated movements. Compound movements cover a lot of things at the same time, versus isolated movement, because I started with isolated movements, and isolated movements are foundational. Like, if you can move one part and you can combine it with another part, that creates a compound movement. So sometimes, on rare occasions, I practice isolated movements, and then as a ideal maintenance, I practice compound movements. And then when I do skill work, I'm working on those things. And in the future, there's going to be foundational things from the complex skill work that tackles the isolated movement combined with the compound movement. So you're trying to, it's a constant balance of saving time while making sure that you covered a proportional amount of foundations for your current skill level. So for me, for example, speaking and writing, well, if you went to college or you went to graduate school and you've done some professional writing, and then you decided, all right, well, I don't work in that career anymore, just stop writing professionally. I do not do that. I move forward and find ways to apply my professional writing at a level that maintains all the time, the disproportionate time that I spent acquiring that skill. So there are, obviously you can't do this with all your skills. It's the skills that you yourself seek application. And one of the applications is through maintenance routines. This is going to be the first, I guess, WaniKani is going to be the first demonstration of, or what I'm going to do when I think about commentary on maintenance routines. So WaniKani, I'm going to say the next update, right? The next like 2 plus will happen when, let's say, they did 2 months of added content. So we'll say a threshold would be, it's going to be something like 30 to 60 new lessons. Then I'll cover a new plus, right? The two plus, the following to 1 plus. And if they introduce a radical feature that creates a very extended experience that I want to add to my maintenance schedule, then I'll cover that too. So the idea of creating a maintenance schedule is, I mean, this is going to sound, for lack of a better term, there's a maintenance to the maintenance schedule. So I'm keeping up with modifying my maintenance schedule to demonstrate, like, I don't simply abandon to a means to an end, right? Like, I take my learning lessons and I keep them with me. So when something is quote unquote complete, it's never gone. Like, that's kind of, so the concern I typically encounter when I'm talking to people who learn things, right? People who say they learn things, they substitute as they're learning. They continue to substitute and displace their foundations and displace their prior knowledge and building blocks. That is perfectly efficient when you, and this is a little different from consolidate. So I feel like displacement happens a lot more than consolidation, which is when you learn something and then you learn a better thing, right? Displacement. You learn something and then you learn a better thing, and then you reject all the things that came before it. So when you start from a teaching perspective and an instruction perspective, like for myself, not for other people. For myself, that is a very cognitively dissonant position. Basically, you're saying, like, oh, I used to do that. Now forget it because it's never important. It was never useful now that I do this. That is displacement. So when I talk to people, most of the comments come from that. Like, oh, don't use this. This is better. Like, well, you can use either. They have, like, even if something is all around better than the first thing, that doesn't mean the first thing is not useful. In fact, you could even use old things as an exercise to compare to new things, or you can use an old thing as a fork to a different thing. That's kind of like taking one model, right? One open source project, and you fork it. Two people had two different ideas. One went this way, one went this way, right? So, and reflection points is when you go back and you realize, oh, this is where this fork led to a dead end. So you go backwards to find a new fork. So these are ideas dealing with the principle of critical thinking and problem solving skills. And inherently, the way the internet does things is contradictory to this, or it is even counterintuitive now to do these things. So whenever I ask someone, okay, so what do you think the problem is? And they consistently frame the problem cross-sectionally. So not with respect to time. So basically the problem only exists in the current state that they're looking at. They don't reflect on the process of the entire state. Like, where did the problem originally occur? Because the state might have changed when they're constantly looking at it cross-sectionally at any given time. You're looking cross time. So when it comes to skill building, it 99% of the time is going to be outside this displacement perspective. Basically, if you're looking at your progress at any one given time with a cumulative number, it does not give a human being an ability to look at the process. Like when you say you've learned 3,000 kanji, it doesn't tell you how you learned the 3,000, at what pace, at what rate, when were the good days, when were the bad days. It does not tell you any of those things, and therefore it warps the perspective of someone when they're thinking about skill building. Now, when you're looking at the end, you have a skill at a certain level, at a certain time, at a certain snapshot. That is useful. It is a great way to tell someone what you're currently at. It doesn't give you perspective, especially when you're instructing. So from my personal standpoint, when you're offering advice, recommendation, watching someone build a skill, it is incredibly inappropriate to use a displacement or a best of approach to helping someone learn, because their position is not in your position. So that's what I'm saying here. The purpose of this idea is to follow up, right? To keep track of those things as well. Because when I finish WaniKani, right? When someone completes something, they stop thinking about it. And when they complete something that isn't complete, that is the most consistent type of internet thinking that I come across. It goes with games, arguments, politics, religion, schoolwork, any form of skill building or critical thinking skills in general. It comes with a snapshot approach. So basically, like, oh yeah, this thing, as far as I remember, it sucked. I'm like, so when was the last time you used it? Oh, 4 years ago. I'm like, okay. Did the thought ever cross your mind that it's different now if it's still going on for 4 years? Obviously, it could be the same, right? It could be the same. There is a lot to say about how when someone is more experienced and they revisit a product that literally stayed the same, that second experience would not be the same regardless. If that person was actually learning, they would have more to say about revisiting a product that hasn't changed, that's outside of nostalgia, right? Like, nostalgia is one thing. Nostalgia creates reflection and like maybe good feelings. There's also emergent perspective. Basically, when you become more experienced and you look back on something, you develop something in response. That's kind of like when a developer decides, oh yeah, all right, let's reset, let's go back to our foundations. So the game developer decides we're going to go back to our roots, and then because they went back to their roots with their newfound experience, they created a new experience from that previous experience. That is involved in the critical thinking process. So like rediscovery, emergence, iteration, all those things involve going back and forward. Now, the vast majority of thinking, in my opinion, is in serial. It's in linear position. When one thing happens and another thing happens, that new thing becomes the norm and the old thing ceases to exist. Now, that is fine from a skill application thing, right? Like you could say, oh, well, I used to walk to school, but now I drive to school. So now I only drive to school because driving is, in all intents and purposes, better than walking, right? There's no use for walking when you can drive there. That is a linear way of thinking. There is walking there. Now, the difference is there is walking there when you were young and walking there when you're older now, driving there when you were young but you couldn't, driving there now when you're old. Those are different. Like, that's looking at it where the skill continues to exist, not that it doesn't exist because of efficiency. So, two different lines of thinking, because the reason I say this is when you teach someone something, when you're helping someone something, you're going to need to be able to know what they're doing, like what they're doing, what could possibly be their problem at the time. The vast majority of hot takes are hot for that reason. At least the way I interpret how hot takes are fulfilled from my perspective. When someone says hot take, it means that they don't consider any parallel, converging, or diverging arguments. They simply state it at the way it is accepted now by cutting all the fluff. Basically, cut out the process. Cut out the process of logical thinking, critical thinking. It's simply to give you a hot take, right? Lots of things lead to that hot take, but it's not explained. And in this case, teaching and instructing from that perspective, in my opinion, personally, from experience, is incredibly, I mean, for lack of a better word, it's incredibly inefficient. You have someone who spends like 30 minutes willing to explain their current position and problem, and then someone comes along and say, just study more, forehead. It's like, oh, just use the tools I use because they worked for me, right? That's kind of how it goes. And usually, even in my opinion, some of the individuals who believe they gave a detailed explanation, that's a hot take because they didn't consider the process of the person they're talking to and where they are. Like, now, I'm not saying everyone does this. It takes a lot of time. That's kind of the conflict of interest here, right? It takes time to maintain these things. I would argue, though, when you maintain a skill, it takes less time to fulfill a role or a task than not maintaining the skill at all, right? And I think in the line of the internet, it's often you develop a skill and you dump it for the next best thing. You use a tool and you dump it for the next best thing. The idea is that the following tool will always replace every aspect of the previous tool. And this kind of logical thinking replaces the way thinking happens too. When you think you're solving a problem, the natural thing you're going to do is go backwards in the problem, right? As opposed to, like, you're supposed to go backwards. Like, I understand. Like, I do that too. The idea is when you're going backwards, there's only one line of thinking. There's no additional thinking, alternative thinking, or like multiple places where you can look at the problem or different angles you can look at the problem. You simply travel backwards. So what happens when you travel backwards? You come to the same conclusion and the same problem. Like, I'm using WaniKani right now, and then I used to use Duolingo. So Duolingo was the problem. Okay, how is Duolingo the problem when it doesn't overlap with WaniKani? That's what I mean. Like, anything that came before can be diverted as the problem. Now the question is, does this person remember what they did or what they carried over from the previous thing if they don't practice it at all? Memory does that. Humans consolidate memory naturally, and they also literally have to recall the things, right, biologically in the brain. So the idea is that I try to keep as much of a few of the processes that I want to keep along the way. You can't keep all of it. I agree. Like, there's no, I mean, unless you're very gifted, you know, the 99th percent, I would put myself around like slightly above average. Maybe I'm in the 51% of memory people. So I don't raw memory things without maintenance. Legitimately, most of my skills are built on top of each other. So this very conversation that I'm recording now about this Plus series has at least 18 years worth of maintenance behind it. Like my study habits, my office hours, how do I keep escalating on my like efficiency and productivity? All of that continues to maintain on itself. So where one skill that people see I'm like, you know, practicing one skill, I'm actually practicing like 20 skills, because all the skills are meant to be collectively built with each other. So the maintenance routine, trying to maintain a Plus series, basically, like this idea is to try to create a stream content series, like archiving a stream content series, which I can group them all together to show that when one obligates oneself to find applications for skills that they spend lots of time on. So I've spent over 1,000 hours or more, like 3,000 to 4,000 hours on WaniKani. I'm going to consolidate that skill with another skill. So then that the maintenance involves a combination of those skills. They don't displace each other. So oftentimes that leads to, in my opinion, far more applicable and generalizable problem solving skills. Like, when you probably heard this before, someone's gonna ask for advice and say, hey, what do you think of, I've been using this, what do you think about this? And the person say, I don't use that anymore, this is better. Effectively, that's what they said. It comes in many forms, obviously. Like, the most technical oriented advanced person would say, oh, well, I found that the following program that you are using or the method that you are using have these particular deficiencies. So therefore, I switched over to this. I no longer can meditate on that because I find it inferior and inefficient and I have no more experience about it. So use this instead, and then you can ask for my advice on this product. I can tell you everything about this product, but I can't really tell you any more about that product other than it didn't meet my goals, right? So you could sound as technical as you can. That still indicates that this person doesn't remember or doesn't value it's no longer important to them, which is very appropriate, because if that person did detailedly say that, then I would not seek advice from that person, right, about the current thing I'm doing. However, online, that comes off as a little different. Usually is incredibly trite and also hot, very hot. Yeah, they would say something like, "Oh, that's garbage, use this." And then they would cite everything that's wrong with that thing that caused them to quit and displace it with their existing tool. It doesn't tell them what they did, like what they used the tool for, what they got out of the tool, because they simply remembered and articulated and maintained the perspective of how they replaced it. So it gives whoever is asking for advice or recommendation half the picture, if not less than half the picture, really, because it's any one point in time. Usually they would remember the point in time in which they quit something, like replaced it, and those are the most vivid things that they remind themselves as they're using the new product. So anytime you go ask a person, they are more inclined to tell you a very specific point in time, which echoes over and over again. So now when I ask someone, "Oh, what have you done to get this far?" You can tell the difference between someone who is maintaining their skills and building on top of those skills versus someone who simply keeps displacing and running in place, treading in place. A person who's treading in place is that they're going to tell you, "Oh, I did this, but then I quit that. And then I did this, and then I quit that. And then I did this, and I quit that." It's a slow process, but I think I finally found the thing that I'm looking for. The answer is probably no, you haven't, because you're going to replace it again. That is the habit. You are creating the routine of replacing things. So, like, when you ask someone, "What's your favorite game?" It's like, "Oh, I really like this game." "Oh, no, but now I really like it." 1 year later, "Oh, I really love this game. This game's the best." And then, so far and so on and so forth. I answer the question the same way. The hot take is I will sound the same as the other person, but I have a different perspective if I explain it. My favorite games are the current games I'm playing, because every game that came before it is going to be likely part of this favorite game. As in, my experience with the next video game will cultivate and recruit as much of my previous experience as possible. I don't treat it like a separate thing that it's going to replace something, right? That's like saying, "Oh man, guys, like don't play Persona 3. Persona 4 is better. Just go play Persona 4." And I'm like, "Well, 3 and 4 could be together. It's part of the, it's a series, right?" And that might resonate with some people. All right, that might resonate with some people. I actually argue, because of the way the internet has normalized how things get displaced, like subscriptions, like subscription services, how things get displaced over and over again because of accessibility being lost over time. You're rolling. So what happens is you can recycle content over and over again and feel like you're rolling in place and still feel satisfied. Now for me, I seek novelty, I seek curiosity and inquisition, because typically I don't forget what I have experienced, or like try to do a one and done, like, "Oh, I finished that game, check," and then you move on and you never think about that game ever again. And that, in my opinion, is how I feel that a large majority of people think learning a language is too, or learning anything really, where they keep repeating to themselves, oh, I'm going to learn the foundations, I'm going to learn the foundations. And they immediately proceed to throw away the foundations because they believe once you get through the foundations, you never have to maintain it again. So that now we're taking it back full circle. So why am I creating or investing a new notation for maintenance? Now in the future, when I'm going to go and start another project, it's going to be part of the Plus series. So this would be the inaugural Plus series, the first of the Plus series. Every Plus series is going to be a demonstration of how I am going to try to maintain it. My perspective on the Plus series, the Plus is my way of designating that you have to understand this is a new game plus. So when someone plays a game again at a later point in their skill building, their experience is focused on emergence and detail and nuance. It's not focused on completion, right? So completion, that reward of completing a game for the first time, that's a different story. Now the Plus series is about nuance, ironically, for lack of a better word, reaching an unattainable perfectionism, right? So now anything in the Plus series is about commentary, nuance, thinking about what I have done, and then how it has changed over time, reflecting upon where it was. And the Plus stands for a gap in time. So, like, there's a huge gap in time. In fact, oftentimes I think the default of content creators, like the vast majority of content creators who offer advice, gurus, internet experts, they are already making these Plus series. Like that is what they make. The vast majority of their content is a Plus content. It does not tell you how they got there. It doesn't tell you all the things that were behind the scenes. So this is my attempt to notate and start something consistent for myself. So Plus really do mean plus. It's a new game plus. So I'm no longer going to like keep up a daily demonstration of this stuff. So every Plus video has a large gap in time. It's probably going to be a significant gap in time. Now, I haven't decided how I'm going to retroactively do this for some of the other projects, because the current... I have one other project that kind of fills in that same category. I think I'm just going to exclude video games from this. So it's going to be this. This is my experimental. So a few other things are going to become Plus in the future because of long gaps. Like long gaps, but maintained gaps. Like for example, Duolingo is not complete yet. And I was thinking, I haven't at the time thought about how I was going to group the projects. This, for all intents and purposes, this is a very this stream, right, this particular section on WaniKani is gonna be one for another 6 months. So you're not gonna hear this for another 6 months or something like that. And I want to make sure that I know which of my sessions have a long gap in time, and I can explain that with a notation. Because if someone goes through my WaniKani archive, right, the first 520-ish sessions, they're consecutive. So they were literally day to day. There's no time and place. So anything, whenever I change my mind or change my routine or things change, it is literally on a day-to-day basis. This, no, several days has passed. In fact, 5 days has passed. It's been a week since I've recorded something in WaniKani. And in 5 days, a lot of things can happen. And in the future, 3 months and 6 months, a lot of things can happen between 3 months and 6 months. Since I'm using Boom Pro, right? So many things can change by the next time I look at WaniKani updates. It'll be, in my opinion, very obvious that my perspective has shifted dramatically. So for my own purpose, I'm recording these things for posterity in the sense that I can keep track of if there are any types of radical changes that I have. And I am considering this one question in the future, which I may have. And I ask myself this question. Like, okay, so you're archiving all of these things. There's thousands and thousands of hours of archived things. How in the world are you ever going to figure out or even have the time to reflect upon on these? Like, well, we do have a tool that I do, in fact, want to test. And that is what's happening right now. AI, machine learning, etc. Because that will help me scale my own archived content. So in the future, I can ask if there was a transition in to look through, like, was there a transition between different videos and whatnot. The idea is that I can do that in the future. For now, I obviously can't do that manually myself. I'm setting the stage, envisioning a future, right? That's kind of the whole idea of being experienced, right? Knowing like applications, open-minded thinking and pioneering. The idea is you're trying to think of many things that you set in stone, set in motion, and see what lands. Obviously, I have many projects. Actually, before I started streaming in general, I spent 7 years preparing. So, like, so many things that at this very moment was already set in motion over 10 years ago. So that's kind of the idea. You just keep trucking along, stagger your projects, and see what happens. And this is the beginning of another one. I was ironing out my choices in notation for this. So at some point, all of these videos are going to be marked in some way or organized in some way as a plus series. So all the plus series stuff are, okay, you can't be bothered to sit here and peruse what it's like to do something in and day out. That's perfectly fine. In the plus series of anything, I am specifically going to focus on summarizing things and demonstrating things with on average far more higher efficiency, and it's going to be likely a lot more technical in the long run, because I'm expecting myself naturally and the people I possibly interact with to be at a competence level. So like, us meaning I'm well versed now in how WaniKani works. So when you're going to want to know what it's like after WaniKani, right? This is what I do after WaniKani. So afterwards, the maintenance, right? Plus maintenance. This is when you're playing NG plus 7 on your favorite FromSoft game. That is what it is. I'm not sure if I'm gonna continue this introduction every single time. I think maybe I will create a separate video or something for like the entire series, but generally in the future I'll practice how to explain plus series. And this is the first one, so let's get into it. Today I'm gonna do the 126 and maybe like another 200 or so. Maybe we'll do 500. The highest I've ever done at any given day on WaniKani in the past year and a half was probably like around 600. So this isn't too big of a leap. We're expecting the rest of the vocabulary. So we're expecting 77 vocabulary items. So let's get into it here. All right.
浪費
浪費 This is annoying. Yeah, right? Or it could be despise. Despise would be oh, anadoru.
侮る
Anadoru. No, that's fine. I lost it.
換算
Ansan. Ansan. Kitoku or kitoku?
既得
懐中電灯
ご
ご無
無沙汰
沙汰。
過
過
根
放
放
浪
浪
甚だ
甚だ
銭湯
銭湯
駐屯紡
宝
績
石
メス
メス
吸い殻放送
ラッカー
漆
Oops
偽装
偽装gradually
東和
とはえ
比
比
列
列what? Oh 連
弁慶
携町うん地屈 I mean 施設
施設
つ Whoops.
雌花
Mebana. Mebana.
回帰
Aiki. Onaka ga suku. oops. Oops. 感慨深い。あ、感慨深い。
婚姻
こ
こ
らえる。
らえる。
侮辱
あー。
感
感慨無
慨無量
量。
感性。
せoops。
親睦。崇
崇
拝。
拝。
領収。
読む
読む。
崇高
浪人。
立法。えあ、流
流浪
浪。
申し申し。
えはいいい。What was site? This is scrutiny, right? Oh,
吟味。
in
漆黒。丹精。
to scorn? Nope. I thought it was Sage. Oh yeah.
下げすむ近畿戦火
栄華大家
暗唱
一周忌木
岩礁
歌う
魂胆
Oh no wait.
鋳造いたずら
いたずら
解剖学左遷
Nope.
異様
異様異様
戯れ
高騰酪農町並み
容赦なく容赦なく
不老者
Oh no wait, it's
増
飽食
殖
傾聴干渉
干渉
変遷
岬
端
あずさ川
掲示小
小
柱
柱
胆
胆
石
石
紡ぐ
紡怪物像goodness 部
部
別
別
部別
組み交わす
or す組み交わす組み交わす
漆器
oops
軽縮
huh what's this
主犯
wait
還元楽団
還元楽団
さら
Yo, what? What was varied? Very. Or big. Immense. I lost to left. Maybe I just go with it. Oops. Okay. I lost immense. Or I lost oh.
甚大
反戦
卑屈落胆
落胆
英単
大胆
胆
模擬
模擬
軽蔑
忌まわしい。
い。
濁る。鼓膜。
Eh? Oh. Wrong one.
もちろん。
もったいない。
Alright, so we're going into our so we accomplished past our minimum task today. Let's keep going for a bit here. Uh
痴漢 街灯
correspond.
方向。栃木県。
Oh no. Oh, I tried.
旋律
Oops.
失踪。
理想。
疾患。
線。はい。幸福。
幸福
I want to say is oh no. Narrow victory? I think this is narrow victory. Oh.
新章。
Oh. Oops.
邦画
Holga. Oh. Eh? Oh.
庶
庶
民的
民的。Okay. Excuse me. Auspicious. Bang. Auspicious. Or congratulations. No, that's also
甲乙。
女子誌
一辺。
Nope. special. Squeeze. Squeeze. Oh no. What am I squeezing? It's the right. Is it sake? Probably sake.
Ruishin.
Senkai.
光陵。投稿。
It's oh, itsuwa.
逸話
Itsuwa. Is it an analogy? Or an antidote? Okay. What's the right? Atsu? No, no.
なおかつ。
No, cuts.
解雇。 国賓。
Oh,
そらす
oops.
Kuso.
Kuso. Excuse me? Oops.
なお。
Oh no. Oh, wait. Wait. Ooh. No. I thought it was, hmm. Dang. Thought I was fairly confident. Right? Gotta be like, hmm. One incorrect. see how it could be. Kind of disappointing. Just gonna pass on money more where that came. Whoops.
誘拐
Kunyomi. Distant.
旋風
悠々 縫い目
素朴
Mm. What?
動揺
Oops. Wait.
奉仕
Hoshi.
水槽
Alone. Okay. Oh.
虜
Same difference.
幕
Yeah.
一品 循環 大腸
疎開 乱
Run. Uh-oh. Neglect. Ah. Uh. No. Ozos soap. Is it so? Skip. Clear. That can't be it. Oh no,
なおさら
Oops. Okay. Oops.
付き合う
疾病 恐喝 網膜 両太 縛りくり
Oops.
胎盤
Taiban. What? 披露宴
披露宴 網羅
What time is it? We'll probably do this for another 30 minutes. However many we can get. 30 minutes. We've crossed the 200 mark at the moment. Cool.
ひどい
陰脚 What? That's a typo.
賓脚
陰脚 Tokyo. Ne? Oh, no. Tokyo. Tokyo. What? Oh, wait, hold up.
Kokyo.
Kokyo. Just without violence. Uh-oh. Oh. What is that, like board? Of course? Why do I think it's... Dang it. Uh-oh. Hmm. Is it board? Uh... Hmm. I'm gonna have to come back. Well, I won't be coming back. Like, I'll do it in the evening on my own.
鼓動
Although,
胃腸
the... It's... What the heck? Oh, is it like... No, that doesn't make it. Pretty sure the other one is... Yeah... The... Really thought it was... Deviate and... It,
逸
that's
脱
it. Still deviation. No.
イカ
That's a weird one.
Hoge.
Nope.
報酬
Oh no.
露見
Loken. What is that? Disclosure? Exposure? Hmm.
空き家
過疎
Hustle. Still doesn't remind me what that other one was. Okay. Something changed with it. Oh. What the... Hmm. like prosperity or something, right? No, presentation. I have the right character in Zote. Oh, Zote.
贈呈
Depression. Oh, that's certainly something. Oh,
憂
it's
鬱
骨髄
芸肉
山賊
Hmm. What is Tochi? Oh, like horse chestnut or something. It's only involved in name so far, so don't know how to use it as a horse chestnut other than using it alone, I suppose.
叙勲
Heck. This is bind or tie up. Right? How do you... What do you bind? Don't remember what you bind. Like a specialty. Oh, no, wait. MAKU. That's you. Jukun.
主君
And can't spell in English. What in the world? Cool and oh, intense heat. Intense heat.
国書
Show. This one's weird.
冷酷
What? Hmm. What is reception? Like, huh. We have a mix up somewhere.
Hanjo
Hanjo. Typos.
憂慮
叙述 ウーロン茶
ウ Can't spell. Eh? Oh,
残酷
Zankoku.
Okay.
Okay.
惜しむ
Oshimu. Eh. Oh.
エイト
海賊 楓
Hmm. What are you? Can't spell. uh.
傲慢
Oman. Okay. Can I get it from this? Oh, I can. This? Oh no, but it's not the other one though. I think this is namake. Oh, namakemono.
怠け者
Was that? The other one is not namai. It's something else. It's like, yeah, that is slack off though. It is lazy. I think it has something to do with I just don't remember the other read, man. I skipped two so far. I don't know the first one still either. Hmm.
一旦
Itan. Okay. I have a lot of onces or one time at once.
情
I'll
勢
say.
「それる
Uh, Iko. Oh,
執行猶予
yo.
冠
Eh? Hmm. Dang it. I lost the read on the right. Inside. Or the read is attached to the right character. The right radical. What does this mean? Dedicate plus this is like dedication, right? Supply. Supply is
奉
oh
納
no. What?
地方
Chiho. Cha?
抹茶
Cha. It's something like it. I can't like great. Awesome. Praiseworthy. They have lots of words. Oh no, wait. Or am I getting this wrong? No, I'm not. Maybe esteem. This is pedantic. Excellent. Great. Okay. Oh no way.
盆栽
Bonsai.
Cho.
Mm, not, yeah, beat. Mm,
愉快
Oh, oh, you.
基礎猶予
Oh, you.
おろし
有給 卸売
おろし。
哺乳瓶
What? Okay.
佳作
Okay. It's either or. Same difference.
普遍
And if same difference.
抹殺
Oh no. That's not how you spell a company.
真髄 栽培 盲腸
銀行
角膜
Ew. That was key. Oh no.
潜伏
Conceal. Conceal. That doesn't seem. This is this is morning. Morn. Or just morning. I think my right hand is not correct. No, right hand is definitely. Oh no no no. Oh no no no. I think I got it. Or whoops. Oh. I'll do it. It's definitely tsui. Oh, it's not kyo. It's probably to. Tsui
追
to.
悼
定款
Eikan. Browsing? Look at something. What is the te part? Eikan. Something to look at. It's revise. Or it's to inspect and look. How do you inspect and look? Just inspection? Revision? Or is it not in? Skip. We got 11 minutes left. Let's see. How's that not a oh? Hmm. What the heck? Oh, it. Excel, right? Oh, Excel.
秀逸 鎮痛剤
Inchuzai. Eh? What are you? Uh, I don't think you're. All I can think about is. Um. Pass.
拓也、太鼓、カラス、
国士
Koichi.
遮断、
Do
総根、
That one's weird. Whoops.
公募、
Kobo. Hmm. Nanori. What did this stand for? Oh,
弔う、
真面目 遍歴
Pendeki.
真髄、
閲覧
Etsuran. What the Etsuran? And look. Oh, inspection. Oh, this is inspection. Or I guess it's not quite the same as inspection. It's inspect and look. Certainly not. What? Like when you're inspecting and looking at something, what are you doing? Eh. This one I'm gonna take. I think it's pedantic. Browsing, that's fine. Machine. Or
鎮圧
Suppress. Suppression.
ぐ 乱外
Kayo. Kayo.
歌謡曲 庶民
Still don't know the one with accumulates. Like with this. Still don't know what that one is.
あんず
That's right on the mark though. At least that part.
厳粛
Inshu.
欧州
Hmm.
Danna.
Whoops.
検証
打退
Immature.
時期尚早
Social.
もん
Oh. Eh? Yeah.
あ
Eh?
っけ
Eh.
Fuseru.
Oops.
癒着
Okay.
伏線 累積
Yeah, see, that Rui is fine. What was wrong with the other one?
唐揚げ
Alright, so we reached the 2-hour mark on our thing. I did actually spend about 30 minutes or so in the beginning to explain the maintenance thing and the drive behind this. We reached about 330. It's not too bad for about an hour and a half. I would expect about 3 hours to get to finish 900 reviews or so. However, we still got to do our lessons. So we have 539 left, which I will complete in the evening at some time. All right. So let's see what this says. You've passed this level, but there are items you haven't gurued. Yeah, that's fine. Which we'll do on our own, right? And then now we must, we're gonna do the rest of the lessons, which is 5 plus the however many items here. It says 19 out of, so we're looking at 50 something. All right, we're looking at 57. I can't math. 60. No. 59. 59 plus 5, that's 65, which is on the lower side. So we'll have an abbreviated Boom Pro thing. Keep the volume a bit low. Not too much. Alright, let's get into our lessons. So these are the last lessons, and including the new ones. So then we would have exhausted all our lessons. Association. Tsukiai. Tsukiai. Interesting. Association. I feel like we covered this on Boom Pro somewhere. So you learn Tsukiyao means to keep company with, right? And Tsukiai, oh, this is a new addition. Association or relationship with them refers to ongoing interactions and connections with people, like Tsukiyai or Nagai Tsukiyai. Alright, fair enough. You also see it with the honorific O. Fair enough.
付き合い
Okay. It's pretty good. Street corner. That's great. Street corner literally means a corner where streets meet, right? Everyday city life. Yeah, the street corner. The street. It could be machi or it could be gaikaku. Gaikaku.
街角
Machikado is fine. That's just double kun. It could have been either. Could have went both ways. Gaikaku sounds fine. Besides Machikado. It's okay. Things that deal with the streets or like city and stuff, they kind of just go with it. Standalone house. One Eve. Is that Eve? Oh, that is Eve. House counter again. Or it could change up. This could be a ya. That could be a ya. So that's probably a ya. So then what is this? Noki? Like Inokia? That would be Ichinokia? Inokia? Something weird. One house counter is a standalone.
一軒家
Ikenya. Oh, okay. So they kept Ken. And then they just add ya at the end. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. So Iken is the onyomi. This is Ken. But there Noki, or is it Kino? Noki, I think, is the Noki is the kunyomi. Alright, Ikenya is fine. So just the counter. To be attracted. This is still he. So this is the intransitive. So hopefully it's still he.
Hikareru.
Okay. Alright. To be granted. I got stuck on this momentarily. Very formal, humble way to talk about being given something, right? And what was it? Masu? No. Tamawaru.
賜る
I think I even came across this yet. Tamawaru. Okay.
Machikado. 一軒家
付き合い
賜る
What was it? I forgot how they expressed it. To be granted. Or to receive. Fair enough.
Hikareru.
Okay. A grift. No, that's a gift. What would I say? A gift, okay. And that's just grant an item. There's a chance this is mono. I don't remember if this is butsu. I don't know if this is gonna be butsu. No. It's definitely formal, and we covered this word, I think. So it is. It's probably mono. So tamamono or tamawamono?
賜物
Tamamono. This is primary read for us.
峠
Okay. Name. Sure, dental. That looks like dental. Fair enough. Ripple ladle.
レント
Dental. Okay. Underworld. Yeah, sure. What is that? Mekai.
冥界
They're special. The word is a bit poetic, mostly used in writing, particularly in contexts like food. Oh, that type of underworld. I see. Realm of the dead. Okay, I got you. There are a few expressions that only use though. One example. We were near to take to the right. Okay. Interesting. You can also see it this way. All right. Yeah, yeah. Underworld. That underworld. Yes, to. What was that?
メイド
Okay. All right.
レント
峠
Mountain range. Range.
賜物
Whoops.
冥界 メイド
Udo. Really? Dang. I mean, that's really good. It's the Underworld King, right? Hades. Greek mythology. What do we got? Meose.
冥王星
Meose. Okay. A certain country? Particular country, okay. Sure. What was certain?
王
Okoku.
国
Peek. Peek in, like to peek with eyes peeking. That is a weird peek. I don't think I hardly ever see this character on the left side. This radical. Interesting. There wants has to peek. Okay. Can we get a... Oh, there's a chance it's Kunyomi. Can we get a key? Nozo? That's fine. Alright. Interesting. Wait. We have a new kanji. Oh. That means there's another lesson. Oh, we have a few kanji actually. Did we get 2 kanji? Technically there are more lessons. So this wouldn't be the last of the lessons because whenever there's a kanji, that means there's a lesson attached to it. We'll let it be. We'll let it stack. The reason I'm doing it today is to cover the rest of level 60. I didn't know if this is a new edition or not. I didn't see any kanji listed. That's interesting. Nozo is a new kanji. A certain place. That makes sense. Are we going off Sho? Jo?
某
Oh,
所
Sho. Okay. A certain person, sure. What is that? She?
某
Oh,
市
she. Okay.
冥王星 某国 某所
帽子
So wait, where's this kanji at? Hang on, let's look at our kanji. Where in Tarnation? So this is, yeah. So it's got to be a new kanji, right? Yeah, so technically we have lessons attached to that word. I don't know where it is though. Like what level they placed it in. Oh, and it's hard to tell because I just did it. So then it would be highlighted, yeah. Well, okay. Can I tell where the new kanji is? Oh. According to this, it's level 38. So wait. So we look at the vocabulary for level 38. There should be some vocabulary words. Oh, there it is. Nozoku. Nozoku is the addition, which is the verb. So just consider that as a thing. Oh, and then I see. And then we have we knew it was in the entry, right? But there are 2 lessons attached to it. But we won't get to it until like 3 or 4 months down the road. When they do other additional content updates. They do additional content updates for months period every like 2 months or so. We'll be back around Christmas probably. All right, let's get to the rest of the vocabulary. We got 51. Let's look at them. Thrift, frugal, and promise. Interesting, using promise. Okay. Economy.
倹約
Kenyaku. Impeachment. Okay, so we got bullet or like fighting censor. The final bullet of censors impeachment. That's pretty good. I like that. Yeah. What is that? Sengai.
弾劾
And Dangai. This bullet, not sen. Dangai. In. Fight.
陰徳
Intoku. Anonymity.
匿
Dokume.
名
Grid. We learn masu.
マス
Masu. Okay, that's it. Okay.
断崖
倹約 陰徳 匿名
I can't spell.
マス
Square. Yeah, that'd be a square. See, you measure grid. And the shape of your eye. Oh, this is also a measure. Interesting. Fair enough. It could be Masume. Probably Masume.
マス目
Masume.
歌
Uta. Ended up being song. This is probably Utau.
歌う
Oh, uh, that's interesting. This is probably a very specific type, specific type of singing, I suppose. Song, shamisen song. Okay, that's fine. Nagauta.
長歌
Nagauta. Fair enough. I think we can just enter Nagauta. Ano. Yep. Midway. What is that?
行動
Koto. Okay.
歌う
歌 マス目
行動
長歌
Okay. Delusion. Reckless thinking. That's solution. Or reckless imagine, that's fine too.
妄想
Husband. That's our major read. So. Muko.
婿
Muko. Okay, Muko. Bride and groom. Oh, interesting. Using Hana. Hanamuko.
花婿
Hanamuko. Okay. Son-in-law. Oh no. Alright, hold up. Daughter's groom. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I like it. Ooh, how's this gonna work?
Musume Muko
Muko. Okay, it's just the two combined. Fair enough. Widow. Kafu is what I would think of.
家父
Kafu works for me.
婿
花婿 妄想
Oh.
家父 娘婿
Starting, I kind of like the Japanese choice here. Silent. Oh, interesting. Widow to shut up. Gotta shut up though. I only remember Dama. Dang it. I mean, it could be. But
寡黙
Moku, okay. That's the Moku that I'm looking for. Yep, this is the honest price or the bargain value. Renchi would be fine.
廉価
Renka. Oh, no, wait. I'm thinking of the other value. Renka. This is Ka. Wait. Yeah, this is Ka. The other's Chi. This one. Wrong character. Yearning. Alright. Good thinking, yearn. 4. Fair enough. Deep affection. What is that? Soku?
死母
Shibo. Oh no, it's she. I'm thinking of breath. Hang on. Yeah, breath. Soku.
死母
Shibo. Okay. To a door. What are the chances this is something I know? To miss. Natsu.
慕う
Shito. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, Shito is fine. Sure. I wasn't expecting a Shito. Torture. Yep. Torture and problem. Or ask. Sort of. 3rd degree. The rack.
拷問
Okay. Alright.
死母
um.
Kamoku. 廉価
Same difference.
慕う 拷問
Alright. Kind of a weird entry considering we have examples of these. That's okay though. Okay.
棒
Oh. Right. We have a couple examples of that. Here, right, the jetty plus a bridge? Really? Is that gonna end up being coal? This is gonna be some weird kunyomi thing. Sanko.
桟橋
Ambashi. Okay. It's a weird one. I was gonna, like, it could have been hashi, right? So, hence the weird thing. And then I guessed on it's ko or kyo. But bashi is just rendaku hashi. Interesting that they kept the sun, though. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Martyr and employment? Die in one's post, die on duty. What was this? Shu? What was that?
殉職
Junshoku. Oh, not Shu. Junshoku. Oh, it's the other shoku. I'm thinking of getting a position. Articles of incorporation. Wait. Articles and determine. Or establishment, I suppose. Okay. So what? Teikan.
定款
Teikansuke?
定款
Alright. Agreements. Articles of agreement or promise. Okay, yaku. Agreement more like contractual agreement. Contract.
約款
Yakan sounds about right. Okay.
殉職
Oops.
殉職
棒 桟橋
定款
How do they write it? Okay. Sure.
「約款
Alright. Accretion? Using part. Fair enough.
分筆
Bunbitsu. Oh my, you buttheads. Alright, so an extension of he. I was gonna say bunpi. But it's just, yeah, bunbitsu. Fair enough. It's gotta be a hitsu or a he. So, fair enough. Urinary organ. Okay. Sure.
泌尿器
Both the valleys together.
渓谷
Eikoku. Mountain stream. Alright. A valley plus. Yeah, it's okay.
渓流
I'm surprised those like geographical feature things didn't end up being weird. Finally. Really? Adverbial. What was this? Oh. Yoyaku. Oh.
ようやく
Yoyaku. Alright.
渓谷 泌尿器
分筆
ようやく
渓流
Alright. Noisy. Wait. No. No way. Hey, no way. No. We already. Yeah, that's fine. This is something different though.
Urusai.
It is urusai. They used this for urusai? Okay, it's fine. I thought they gave the katakana, the kana, the hiragana. I'm pretty sure the hiragana is an entry. Is it not? As just a... Hang on. Oh no, they didn't. They didn't use it as a like a separate entry. That's fair enough.
Urusai.
Now I know. It's urusai. Urusai. Alright. Back to annoyingly random. Complex, yeah. What is that? I'm gonna say Hanzo would be okay.
煩雑
Hanzatsu, okay. Zatsu's fine too. I thought I might do something weird. Hanzatsu. Busy. Interesting.
繁忙
Unbowl. Lake shore. That is a lake plus a shore. I got you. What is that? Coal? Oh, it could be something weird because it's geography, but Kohan.
湖畔
Kohan. Okay. Oh,
下痢
Giddy. Of course. Eventually you had to get to that too.
煩雑
繁忙
うるさい湖畔
下痢
Dysentery. Ew. Ugh. Now that is a vivid image right there. I wonder if this is gonna change this into Aka. Like, Akari. They do a weird thing.
赤痢
Sekiri. Okay. Seki! Alright. Is it Seki? Oh yeah, it is Seki. It's fine. Sekiri is good. Wow, dysentery is not good. Or both the corrects. Alright.
強制
Yose. Alright. Dismissal. Quit and excuse. Yeah. Discharge.
罷免
Indigo.
Aye.
I. Just a color. Seaweed. I'm not sure we got nori yet. Nori or kombu. So
も
mo. You what? Mo? Oh goodness. Alright. Yeah, I got you. I'm not sure if I know what duckweed. Yeah.
Mo.
I'm not sure about mo.
赤痢
強制
罷免も愛
Alright. Seaweed. That actual seaweed. This still doesn't really line up with nori. So, what is that? Kaiso. I'm not sure if this seaweed is a kelp. Like, at some point, there's like a differentiation between the type of like weed grown in the sea.
海藻
So let me see. I can't
海
tell.
藻
Actually, we could go look it up. Oh no. Wait, I would have to dig pretty hard for that. Oh wait, you know what? We could just Hello? Yeah, see that type of seaweed. Oh no, it's the same seaweed. Okay. I don't know. Wait. I need to differentiate. All kelp is seaweed, but not all seaweed is kelp. Yep. And then we're not talking about kale here, you stupid Gemini. Why did you put an image of seaweed versus kale on an article on a search result on seaweed and kelp? Oh, they're brownish. I see. Okay. Good old AI. You gotta love having images that are unrelated to the thing they're saying. Alright. Oh, Kaiso. Savage? Wild barbarian? Okay. What is that?
Yaban.
Yaban. Southern barbarians. Intriguing. That it seems very historical, right? This is probably 1500. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Yeah, when European traders arrived in the south of Japan. Yeah.
Namban.
Nanban. That is definitely historical, alright. Barbarian. Barbarism. I haven't. Barbarism. Oh, yeah, barbarism. Sorry. Barbarism. Okay. Uncle.
Banko.
The barbarian, obviously. Happy New Year. Which Happy New? Oh. Okay. This isn't close to. No. No Quaila. Let's see. So we got the Happy New Year part, but this is humble. Add humble congrats. Humble edition, I suppose. New Year. Humble New Year. Okay. What is that? Kinka. Kinka.
銀河新年
Kinga. Inen. This ended up being Ga because it's congratulations, right? Okay. Okay.
海藻。
Oh.
野蛮
Barbaric is fine. It really is.
南蛮
Oops.
金河新年。
蛮行
Barbarism. Barbarianism. Okay. Alright, so we got death. Yeah. Death at the pass. This is like pass away. Pass away as opposed to like just death. What is that?
逝去
Seikyo. Right. Tokyo. Seikyo. Ugly? Oh no. No read.
見にくい
Minikui. Okay. ugly.
醜悪
Shuaku. That's mean. Shameful sight. Oh, appearance.
醜態
Shutai. Okay. Scandal. Ugly, like heard something ugly. Scandal. Okay. What is the onyomi for that? Te? Kan?
秋分
Shubun. Oh. So Mon is secondary. And then I just guessed Kan because of or hot cross bun. Shubun.
秋分
That's probably off Shinbun, right? For the newspaper. Someone or other. That can't be Ball. Hokani.
何がし
Nani kashi. Hold up. We have the nani. That's okay. Gashi. Where does the ga? She. Oh. You know who? I mean, it kind of reminds me of. So here's nani, right? Nani, and then ga, the particle, and shi for the person. Nani gashi. I wouldn't be surprised if that's why it's nani gashi. Nani, what, ga, shi. That's probably how I'm gonna remember it, honestly. I'm not gonna remember. There's no way I'm remembering it this way. I say hokani because it could overlap with like another person, just someone else. Hokani is like other. Anyways, okay. Nanigashi. Fair enough. How did this work?
醜い 逝去
All right. All right.
醜悪
Excuse me.
何がし
秋分
Ubun. I lost it.
集体
I have no idea. It was. What was an ugly appearance? A shameful sight. Alright. Okay. Here we are. So we technically have 2 lessons left over. That's gonna be left for another 2 months from now. I haven't decided. So we just ended a cycle of content updates. Although it seems like they added an update right after, right? Like, so last month was a full month of updates. And then they typically, actually, let's take a quick look. Be careful, eyes. It's really bright. Flashbang warning. All right. So, right, we go to content update. And if you look, so they did one they usually do it in a month's time. So a month, so that's from March, right? And then it goes to June. Right, here's a June update. So usually it's every 2 to 3 months they announce a whole month of updates. So 2 to 3 months, that brings us close to Christmas. That's basically the idea. Oh, I'll probably be back for Christmas unless something crazy happens and they introduce a new feature. It's very unlikely. Like, I don't think there was a new backend feature outside of like overhauling the dashboard. I still remember what the original dashboard looked like, or like the one that I started with. Generally speaking, though, I'm not expecting that. So the next plus session is probably going to be sometime around Christmas. Yeah, probably around Christmas time. It's next time we'll have another one. And I'll probably just chunk along this 5:39 later in the evening. It is getting a little bit late, so we still have our abbreviated Boom Pro and Hanzi Hero sessions. Right, so that is a wrap. I said my piece. I did an introduction for the Plus series. I was thinking of doing like a formal chalk talk or like a pen thing to outline what the intent was. I don't think it requires that much of explainer. There are 3 key points, right, for the Plus series. Plus series is maintenance. So that means that Plus series is after being experienced in something. So it's after a very large project, usually a year plus project. That's a plus. And then it's infrequent. It's usually made to keep up with existing technologies or things. I think the reason why the Plus series exists in the future for me is to lay the groundworks that most things, as to people's chagrin, right, to people who like buying products completed from the start to finish, obviously video games would be one of those. I do a lot. There are many things that are now live services. WaniKani is a live service. Basically, you subscribe to it, and it is, for all intents and purposes, subjected to updates, whether it's small or big. The idea is it is subscriptional, right? Like, you subscribe. So I won't be doing Plus projects for everything, just so that WaniKani, to keep in mind, WaniKani had a lifetime license, right? And I do have a lifetime license for that. Boom Pro is the same, and so is Hanzi Hero. That's why they are going to have Plus series. Now, there are also live service free to use things that can also qualify for Plus, right? Plus projects. Now, I do have specific things that I am subscribed to that are continuing. It's rotating as we speak, and that's Duolingo. So I don't know how we're gonna go with that. So there is going to be other things that are subscription based, and I have considered trying to find funding or like maybe some sort of way to keep that up, because balancing subscriptions and then keeping up to date and when to renew those things, that can be a very costly endeavor. So I would need to find some sort of sustainable financial way to continue doing that. On these ones, WaniKani, Bunpro, and Hanzuhiro, they had a lifetime, right? And despite it being a lifetime, the product themselves are sufficient. They're usually lifetime payments are sufficient. And here's the thing. Usually when people provide lifetime licenses, they typically mark it as a point of completion. So what comes after typically isn't that great. And it makes it for a fairly smooth and small updates here and there. Now there are others, like Wakotabi is another example. Wakotabi, I was actually given a copy of it. So that is I don't know how I'm gonna do to kind of swap up the nomenclature of sorts. We'll see. Anyways, good first attempt. This is the first time trying to do something like this. This is by far the longest. So Wakotabi is a game, and games are not structured like this. So we might do I'm gonna scout around and look for other things that I want to do, like on a long-term project situation. We'll see. I've been asked and proposed some choices or some ideas. The problem that we constantly encounter is licensing and copyrights and that type of thing, where academic integrity comes into play. So it isn't trivial to pick up simply anything and do it that way. So we'll come to see how many things I can manage in the future. I'll change some of the nomenclature around as I'm going to categorize to organize the content. Anyways, that's it for WaniKani for probably 5 months, a little over 5 months. It's a really useful like tool, I would say. And when one gets into a maintenance role, I feel like I've grown closer and closer to how people initially approach things. So you just do your reviews when you can, stick it in wherever you can. I typically enter maintenance mode when I am sufficiently experienced. Now that does depend on people's experiences. For mine, my threshold is pretty high. So it takes me, I would say, a solid 6 months to create subroutines and routines in which then I'm comfortable in entering maintenance. I do not lax up in the beginning. I think that is a poor habit, like a lack of a better word. It is an incredibly poor habit and low success rate when you do not have the discipline. You don't practice developing the discipline to establish a habit. So why 1.5 years before maintenance? It's because my discipline threshold still can go higher than that. The idea is where you stop and then you start grinding along, right? Grinding along, not changing anything. That's when you hit maintenance already. So if you hit maintenance very quickly, then you're trusting yourself to not fall behind in terms of scaling, maturity, maturation, all of that, like maintaining motivation. So my rigor, my initial discipline is incredibly high. Like I could do something with rigid discipline for well over 5 years before it becomes a maintenance type of skill. In contrast, I would say, large contrast, some people, they spend like, at least the younger it gets, they would spend 1 week and they think they can enter maintenance mode. Like, oh, okay, this is what I'm going to do for the next year. So their technique, their ability to stay disciplined is non-existent, right? Because they didn't practice any form of self-imposed discipline. They simply relied on something else providing the discipline. So in that case, the major discipline structure that they have is negative reinforcement, which is not doing the task. And that's as complex as it gets. Now, complex might take a lot of effort. It also creates a lot of nuance and flexibility for one to be disciplined when otherwise someone else is not doing it for you. So that's kind of one of the big, like, a very large hot take in the language learning area. Like, people talk about how accurate the content is, like how accurate Japanese is, how accurate a person or source is. When it comes down to it, they default to one advice that becomes very consistently grounded as the first thing: discipline, structure. So someone say, oh yeah, you should go find a tutor. Structure, discipline. When you have to meet with someone, when you pay for something to get your value out of it, those are disciplinary structure related things. Like when you pay for something, it probably comes with a structure. So to me, you have to go well beyond that structure, right? Understand how that structure works. Use many tools, 3 or 4 or more for a single task or a skill. Understand what structures that you can leverage and whatnot. And then you can truly, in my opinion, embrace that idea of becoming independent, like having an agency and critical thinking skills, solving your own problems. Otherwise, it's definitely okay to be dependent for most of your life or most of your things and then be independent in like 1 or 2 areas, right? And I'm not saying these are the key to happiness. Being completely independent doesn't necessarily mean it guarantees your happiness, nor does being completely dependent guarantees your happiness, right? One is more convenient and controllable than the other. So, like, I think the internet has conditioned most people to expect that they are independent thinkers and independent studiers and independent this because the answers are there. Like you can find the answers. And that doesn't substitute for competence. Like, competence requires problem solving, discipline, like, critical thinking, and independence. Knowing something and finding the answer creates dependence. You are dependent on someone to explain and do everything and filter everything for you. That is not competence. That, in my opinion, is largely the opposite of competence. Maybe an incomplete direction, an incomplete path to competence, right? You're starting your path to competence, seeing solutions, seeing answers, and then using them to comprehend them through the use and application of the solution. I've lost track of how often someone, like, they show me a problem that they had. I asked them, how do they solve it? It's like, well, I looked over the example and this is how it's done. I'm like, what did you learn from it? And they're like, I learned how this is done. It's like, that's not learning. You didn't complete the learning cycle. You learned mechanically how to reproduce something, with no knowledge of why it's being reproduced, how it's reproduced, and the relationship between the ideas, right? There's no conceptual understanding. So learning is very much like that. Like, how is SRS helping you? Well, oftentimes when someone says, oh yeah, SRS is the main feature that helped me learn Japanese, I'm like, okay, can you describe why it helped you? They're like, well, it helped me schedule things and force me to study. Oh, and it tells me when to study. It's like, okay, that's good. That sounds like they're observing what's happening, right? They can recall the things that the tool gets them to do. So now you have observed it. So why is that efficacious? Why is constantly being reminded to do your reviews effective for you? What does that imply about your own awareness of when you have to do something, right? What is the meaning behind the things you observe? Like, someone says like, oh, I don't want to do my review today. My reviews keep stacking up. I'm like, okay, you observe that your reviews are stacking up. Now, why is that? And what is the nature of where the stacking is? And how can you regulate that? What can you do about it? Have you been observing and then deducing and managing, right? Maintaining what's happening? Or do you simply accept and observe it? Because observing things happen doesn't mean you comprehend it. You could watch like rain fall from the sky day in and day out and enjoy observing rain falling the sky. There's no other, like, you don't have to attach any other meaning or comprehension to the rain, right? It can be transformative. Looking at the rain makes me smell things, makes me want to draw a creature, like a very specific creature. Why does it remind me of a specific creature? I can explain that. I can draw it and then explain why it reminds me of a particular creature. You connect ideas and then create like semblance of transformation and whatnot. There's a depth to it. But oftentimes, like, it's hot. Like, I bet everybody knows this. I'm like, yeah, I bet everyone around you do know it's hot. And what are you going to do about it? What makes it feel hot? Or is there anything interesting about the heat? I think that's kind of where I'm getting at with a lot of these things. Learning seems to be very detached from like why you do things, when you do them, and therefore I had to make an introduction for the Plus series because I'm trying to explain my motivations. What are my motivations and tasks that I believe creating a maintenance cycle is different from creating a learning cycle, a cycle that you're consistently trying to expose yourself. And even then, SRS, contrary to what I think most people think, SRS is still like 80% output. Like, it's the majority of it is output, not input. Like, personally, I wouldn't qualify it. Input to me is when you encounter a novel piece of information, and that novel piece of information is either deducible or it is simply explained to you. That is a form of input. When you spend most of your time doing reviews, that's a form of output, because you are trying to recall from a triggered, recognized, familiar piece of information. You are not doing any form of deduction or comprehension in a way to connect and synthesize new information, like synthesize new knowledge and experience. So it's very output dominant, contrary to for me, the defining feature is inducing comprehension and the synthesis of new experiences and information association between the things. Like, the information has to be utilized, applied, and synthesized into something new to create that feeling of input, like taking new things or creating new things out of the stuff that you're taking in. if you're memorizing and recognizing, the only time it's an input, in my opinion, is the first time you saw it. And then everything else feels like an output because you either remember or you don't. And then if you forgot it, then yeah, you can qualify it as an input if you want. But that's like forgetting it. You're forgetting it, so now you're going to treat it like a new input, right? If you forget something, it might as well be new. That to me feels right on point with how people think input all the time, because the quicker they input, the quicker they forget. So it's like a steady state of taking an input, forgetting it, and then getting more input and forgetting it. For me, I would think it becomes a bit boring, right? Grindy and even exhausting if you're constantly saying, oh, I know I'm supposed to know this. I already had the input for this, but I can't output it. I can't answer the question. I can't actively output the memory I have. So oftentimes there's such a large emphasis on how do I improve the efficiency of my input. I think one of the ironic hot takes here is by being less efficient. That's the irony here. Like, in the words of the person who's interested, how do I stop forgetting things and then feeling like I'm inputting all the time and still not getting anything in the output section? Like, even recalling is the basic principle, right? Recalling is the most basic thing you can do. Recall the exact thing you saw in output. And even then, my first thought is, yeah, the irony is you need to slow down and do more, not do less to be efficient, right? Do more to be efficient, not do less to be efficient. And what I mean by that is when you do less, I'm talking about simplification, doing a task, like doing less but with higher volume. That is less efficient, in my opinion, than doing more with greater integration, right? Which means that you spend more time. The thing is, you're developing more effort into a more developed strategy over time, not keeping it simple as possible, which is kind of, it's not a new problem. Oversimplifying things is not a new problem, even predating the internet, right? Anyone who sells you snake oil sells you something that creates a very simple problem, a simple solution. Here, drink this. It's a miracle drug. It solves everything. The person who would take that as face value would be someone who prefers that everything be simple, not understandable. That's a different story. I feel the complication here is that one can simplify things for the sake of making it easy to understand, right? Or one can simplify things for the sake of being lazy. There are two separate things. When someone makes something comprehensible, a complicated thing that was originally too complicated and made it comprehensible, that is simplification too. The simplification that we that is far more pervasive online is to simplify the task, to simplify the understanding, to reductively mitigate understanding, comprehension. It is deliberately, in my opinion, or maybe unintentionally. I don't know. You can argue some businesses and operators would maybe deliberately do this, or some unintentionally do this, because simplification is often analogous with making things easier. That's not the same as making things more understandable. You can make things more understandable with a dramatically increase in effort, versus you can make things easier by dramatically decreasing the effort and reducing the thing to the point where it doesn't have its nuance anymore. So no matter how difficult, no matter how much effort someone bootstraps a oversimplified, reductive method, it can no longer grow outside of that. Like, your method doesn't tangibly allow opportunities for the person who is learning to grow from it, which comes down to how SRS is being done, right? How the content is being presented on the top of SRS. SRS is not responsible for the emergence in critical thinking, as far as I know. Like, if I were to accept the premise that SRS creates emergent thinking, I would be floored, or I would be very excited to hear that the majority of people understand what SRS does for them. Like, it's not this, like, when someone says, oh yeah, SRS allowed me to learn Japanese, it didn't. SRS kept you regular. The content taught you some Japanese, possibly. Like, they're not, like, the contributor of a structure can contribute to, it's independent. It's often independent of the content. So when you have structure, you can do any skill. It's not particularly attributed to Japanese. The Japanese content is the Japanese content. The SRS was something you lacked, right? So whenever someone says that SRS is the best way to learn a language, discipline, schedule, and consistency is a human condition that is required to learn anything. Not best or worst. You could argue it's best because it's everywhere, like everyone has to do it at some point. That would be the base level. It is sufficient to support skill building. Structured, self-disciplined, obligated, motivated, right? Even if it includes feedback, that would be awesome. Human interaction or something like that, or like a mentorship or something. Those are human conditions. It is sufficient. It's the bare minimum, in my opinion. So when someone says the bare minimum is the best way to learn X skill, that is aiming very low. It is aiming at the very bottom. So people are min-maxing their idealism based on the bare minimum to be successful, in my opinion, personally. So if you're touting that a schedule is the reason why you're successful, in my opinion, there's a bit of delusion here and a leap of logic, because then what happened in school? What happened to anything else that has a schedule? Your work, bills, your fitness, your sleep hygiene. Now, you might be saying, oh, well, those are different, right? They're different things. The context, the nuances, the factors that affect those things, yes, they might vary. The concept that should be connecting them is that they are part of a schedule, routine, must be done conditionally, and also obligations are involved. It's like there is the concept is that it provides structure. So this is where I ask myself on a daily basis, where does it start, or where does it end? Like, is someone saying that learning Japanese is difficult because they lack structure? As in something that's not even related to the complexity of Japanese, or the discomfort of learning a different language that's outside their own due to conditioning and habit formation? Or is it structure? Now, the idea here that I'm emphasizing is it takes observations, deduction, comprehension, to understand where your major problems are, like what sources you is the problem. Like someone tells me, "Oh, Chinese is hard because you have to study a lot of Hanzi every day." I'm like, "Okay, so is it because you have to study every day that is the hard part, or is it the actual Hanzi? Because if you haven't started studying Hanzi, you can't even know if it's Hanzi that is hard, right? You know by hearing other people say it's hard. So those people, are they struggling with being consistent? Or are they really fundamentally struggling with the idea that reading a new script is like completely having them flabbergasted, even though they are unable to stay consistent? In my opinion, there are times when someone would try their best and find any possible way to try to alleviate and understand the concept of the Chinese script and the Japanese script, right? The kanji and the hanzi. And yet, when I talk with them, the thing they highlight is irrelevant, in my opinion, like 80% irrelevant to whether the kanji or the hanzi is difficult or not. Because when I ask them to describe, okay, so what do you think makes kanji and hanzi harder than your native language, right? We're not even gonna assume the person is monolingual English, right? However, I could use English because I guess, primarily use English. Now, do I understand the nature of the letters, relationship of the letters with the kanji and hanzi? I can tell you what would make it difficult for me, right? Like, and that's what I tackle. I spend most of my time tackling the conversion between the two, or comparing and contrasting, analyzing that. So then I no longer have that issue. Now, or that perceived issue or alienation of having two different systems. Now, the person who talks about it, most of the negative comments that they come up with involve their schedule, involves how they feel, involves making time for the study, feeling unrewarding. It didn't describe, and it rarely described, nature of the actual content being difficult. Like, if you're not worried about your schedule, like structure is not the deficient part, then it would be, oh yeah, I'm feeling great, and then you're like beating your head against the wall, like deep in a rabbit hole, looking at the complexities of kanji and hanzi, and then still finding it difficult. That's a different story. You would be talking about the kanji and the hanzi, not whether you get to it or not, or it takes a lot of time, right? I would say over 50% of people, the first thing they talk about is, oh, it takes a lot of time. It's like scheduling. Scheduling is the major driver of this failure, not whether Japanese or Chinese are difficult or not, or it's hard for adults to learn a language or whatnot. I think many things have often come before it. That's not to say that there is less than 50% that I have met that often talk about the relationship between English and Japanese and their propensity to associate like certain depictions and imagery with the intangibles and the tangible nuances of like polite speech, and the way they speak in English. That I talk about, I would love to spend hours ranting about with other people. If it was about that, I think that happens far rarer. And you'll probably find me yapping for like 4 or 5 hours talking about, oh, hey, this English part is pretty funny. It reminds me of this Japanese part, which is interesting because it's related to these Chinese characters too. How about that? Isn't that interesting? And then I could get these confused because you can see that there are similarities between them. I'm not saying out of my mouth, it's like, oh, I don't have time for this. Oh man, I'm exhausted. Man, why does this take so long? That is pretty much what I hear more than 50% of the time. People don't have enough time. They're exhausted. They can't juggle their schedule. They feel bad over time. They don't think they're making enough progress, even though I'm not entirely sure how they're measuring it because they don't explain it in the nature of the content. They explain it in the nature of their schedule. That's scheduling, in my opinion. So this is going to be an experimental social experiment now that I've already placed what it looks like. So everything's in place. It took me like several years to decide what I was going to do. Was I going to do the long thing first, the thing that takes the most scheduling effort first, and then start doing the quote unquote less scheduling parts? It takes less scheduling to prepare one of these plus series things, and I do them less often. So that doesn't necessarily make me better at doing something consistent, right? So if you're constantly used to seeing a monthly or yearly production that took all that time to produce one thing, and you see just that one thing, that is where the that's where the, in my opinion, leap of logic and possible delusion is coming from, or cognitive dissonance, where someone would say, oh, well, I never imagined it to be this hard. Yeah, not the language, the scheduling, the consistency, the habit. That's what I hear far more, like way exceeding. It's a no contest. When someone tells me, oh yeah, I never imagined Japanese. I heard that learning Japanese as an English speaker is very hard. I never thought it was going to be this hard. And I asked him, what do you think? Can you share with me what is it that made Japanese hard? And nearly most of it, the underlying tone is they have no discipline, no structure, like for themselves, because they're self-studying. The people that I meet, over 90% of them are self-study, right? They are adults. I'm treating them as adults, obviously. They are presenting themselves to me like adults, or people who have schedules, lives, obligation, the whole 9 yards, with the exception of the students that are still in school, right? The ones that I talk to, oftentimes what they're talking about is about their scheduling. They keep talking about, oh, I got to get this done within a year. How quickly can I get this done in 3 months? I have to do this in 1 month. It's consistently focused on scheduling, self-discipline. And my thought is, well, how's your timing? I had the privilege of seeing 2 or 3 people's like study schedules. I even had opportunities where people started journaling, and then I got to see like how they decide how they journal and keep track of their stuff voluntarily. And usually it operates like as though they believe everything goes perfectly, and that their timing, the way they time things are so tight, and feels like they don't hold accountability for themselves. Like, oh, well, the way you do this and the way you do that. I'm like, so how are you accountable for this? Like, what happens if you miss a day? And they're like, well, I'll just tack it on to the next day. It's like, but that feels more like a vibe. You're vibing. 80% vibe, 20% discipline. You're not holding yourself accountable, right? Usually then that's why, in my opinion, most people default, like those who are disciplined, default to, maybe you should enroll in a class or have an accountability partner, someone who is more inclined to be consistent, and maybe by merit and involvement and observation, you can create a habit of your own, a source of obligation, basically. Having a language exchange is an obligation. Scheduling a session with a tutor over a platform That's an obligation, despite being temporary. So, like, what? So someone could argue, well, what about tutors then? Can I hire tutors? You have to hire a regular tutor. We're not talking about like, oh, I'm gonna hire one session with this person. So this is the thing about flexibility, right? Like, there's money involved, which sucks. Like, it'd be great if money supports these things, but money has to exchange, and how much money you're going to invest. Now, a structured person, for example, if I am going to take a tutor session, like someone did suggest this to me a couple times, and many others did, like, oh, have you tried italki, right? Not sponsored, italki, or like, have you tried language exchange? And I said the same thing every, like, in a different way every single time. The core principle is that person must be obligated to me, and I must be obligated to them for an extended period of time. When you do something once and you're filling it out and then deciding, okay, well, I'll just wait for the next time that's convenient to me to meet with this person, that's not discipline, and it's not accountability. That's vibing. You are vibing without structure. So, as much as the internet has made these things very convenient, right? They're incredibly convenient. They're also incredibly undisciplined. Granted, you could meet someone who is incredibly disciplined, like, hey, I'm sorry, I don't sell courses from day to day. I sell a 6-month course. So when you pay for this, you are obligated to yourself to pay, like, have paid the full amount to show up all 6 months, and I am obligated to show up all 6 months to meet you there. That creates a core habit that is fairly difficult to break for someone who has already forked over the money, and for someone who has already put their professional integrity in line for that entire period. Now, if you're touch and going, you have someone who tutors like once in a while and tutors many different people and rarely ever enforce a schedule study, then the user who may probably benefit from a structured thing also don't get that either. And that's what my takeaway is about high school and elementary school and whatnot. If you hated elementary school, middle school, high school, whichever country you're in, if you hate structure in general because it's always inconvenient to you, and then you were entitled enough to say, well, I can't fit the mold, or I didn't even try the mold. When I become an adult, I can choose my own mold. Then those are the trade-offs, right? And this is going to sound a little bit like victim blaming, and it's kind of my intention. When one is privileged and entitled enough for early flexibility, they trade it off with the inability or like the lack of flexibility to be adaptive to other people's structure. So, like, for example, where there isn't privilege, I grew up with lack of privilege. In fact, the most privilege I've ever gotten in my the feeling of privilege was when I got to choose my own courses. Like, it was unbelievable how I could have eventually got into a place where I could actually make a choice of what I want to learn. That was a privilege, as in, that was something great. Like, I finally had a choice. But hear me out. When I was growing up, I took whatever choices were made for me. So my perspective is a bit different. So I hope that one has to keep that bias, right? Later in my life, though, when I went to graduate school, I finally had choices. So now I can blend the two. So what I'm really generally saying is it's both. try not to do like half and half, right? You're usually just afraid life will happen because who knows what will happen in 6 months. It's fair. It's fair. You barely like to plan 3 months ahead. That's fair. So, a little before this, I don't know how long you've been here, Beth, but planning is not the same thing as predicting. So, I think sometimes whenever someone thinks about planning, they're thinking about predicting the future, which I don't plan to predict the future. I plan to do at least something in the future. So like I plan to study something in the next 6 months or each and every day. Not I predict that I will get a specific amount of time to do something. So like when you say like a plan goes wrong, like life happens, you have a plan for that. You're accepting the idea that the things you plan accounts for potential things that happen in life. And that is what I mean by planning. So when it comes to the plan that you might be thinking, I don't think I have ever been like, I don't plan things thinking that life will not happen. Like that's probably something that's a little harder for others than myself. You haven't been long more in context to pay for the 6 months commitment. Yeah. So here's the thing. When you pay for a 6 month commitment, you are assuming the responsibility that life can happen. That's the idea. Like when you pay for tuition, you're not entitled to a degree. You're entitled to how hard you're going to work and how you could possibly work. The idea here is when you pay for something, you're expecting that it's successful, which I rarely, like, I don't really have that perspective. When I pay for a 6 month commitment, I am not guaranteed to know if I'm going to meet that 6 month commitment. It is the idea that I'm obligating myself to try to meet that commitment that creates a habit and rigorous attempt to try to meet that commitment. So when I told myself I was going to start this project 5 years ago, I don't know what's going to happen in 5 years. I could fail 2 years in. I have no idea. The idea is I planned it and I'm going to try my best to stick to it. And that is discipline, not whether you are successful or failing. I think there is discipline in failure as well. You guess if you think of it the same way as paying for semesters at traditional schools, that's true. Yeah, like here's the thing. Not everyone has to think this way. In fact, I actually think the ones that think like you are saying that you're suggesting that you paid for 6 months, some of them actually work way harder than me. So, like, I went to college, and college was really expensive, like incredibly expensive. And grad school was incredibly expensive too. Now, it was how I paid for it. That's a different story, right? Like we're going to talk about how I pay for it is a different story. The idea is it is really expensive to go. Now, I've met colleagues who believe that if they're going to pay for tuition, they are to be successful. Like what else are they paying for? They're paying for the degree is their thought. So now you could think of it externally or internally. I've met colleagues who think if they paid for something, they should get something in return, right? They are entitled to get something in return. I've met other colleagues who, when they pay for something, they have to realize the value, which is the perspective that you have brought, which is when you pay for 6 months, it is up to you to be able to squeeze the value from the 6 months. So you are responsible for capturing the amount of money you spent for the 6 months. Those people tend to work really hard. Like they try their best to milk it's kind of like someone who's subscribing to Netflix, right? If you subscribe to Netflix for a month, that person is going to be more likely to binge watch because they want to get their money's worth out of the 1 month. So it is up to them and their fault, right? It is up to them and their charge to get the value. Now, there is the other group who feels entitled to it. Basically, if they pay for a month of Netflix, it should be on Netflix to make them feel like they got their money's worth, not that they have to go out of their way to recognize it. Now, for myself, it's a bit of both. When I pay for something, the thing I'm paying for, they have it offered to me. So they have met that criteria. They have offered a 6-month whatever they planned. And it is for me to recognize that I took the responsibility for having access to it. Now, if I don't show up, then it is a loss in value on my part, for sure. Now, what do I gain from being absent from that? You might be thinking, oh man, what happens if, so the idea is there's a exchange happening. If life happens, then the time you took away from your studies is that the life part is the more important thing. You could choose not to show up for that life thing and continue to proceed in your course. That's not quite necessarily discipline, but more like a compromise. So I can give you an example about a 6-month commitment. When someone's too tired, right? This is the baseline of this digression. If you're afraid, right, and you have trouble anticipating or coming to terms with committing to a long period of things, then look to how you're managing your life and look to how life is around you, because there's a way that it's probably similar to what's around you in your life. Like, for example, someone said, I'm going to study for Japanese for the next year, right? They're like, oh, here's my plan. I'm going to study. And my first thought is like, what's your life like? What's your lifestyle like right now, right? Because discipline requires that you also understand your life, like how life goes. So it's kind of a circular argument. I understand it's kind of a circular argument. If you're, my suggestion is that if you're having problems and being afraid of what will happen in 6 months, that itself, the solution to that oftentimes is to create structure within the thing you're afraid of. So, like, if you're afraid something is going to come up, say your health is a problem. Like, oh man, if I commit to 3 months and it's going to go over winter, I might get the flu. And that flu is just going to drain me of all the things. So now the discipline is different somewhere else. How do you discipline yourself, or how do you manage the flu part first before you commit to something else? So committing to being healthy year round is a commitment as well. So someone who is afraid to commit to the 6 months is usually someone who has already have things going on in their lives that are like making it difficult in the first place. At least in my opinion. This is like the chicken or the egg situation, which came first. There's nothing more important than your life. So if you're having problems taking a 6-month commitment to a course, then the argument here is there are more valuable things that you're making your time for. So whatever's you're afraid of that will happen, they are more important than the 3 months or 6 months that you're planning ahead. And the idea is if you pay for something for 6 months and then life happens and you took like 1 month off to do that, it is with discipline that you expect that could possibly happen. So you have planned how to do the break time and then come back, right? Maybe the sky will just fall or the alien will come, but when we have bigger problems, I guess, yes. Now, here's the thing. When you're afraid of life will happen, it also means that your life is more important. So the time here, you mean maybe the sky would just fall? That's fine. Then that's more important. So every time you make an argument that something is more important or bigger problems, that's not a choice. In my opinion, that's not necessarily a reflection of your discipline, because the discipline is to handle those things. Whether they happen or not, you are always going to pick something that's bigger. So if it's bigger, then it's more valuable to address. So the default is it's a moot point. If you're going to commit to something that's 6 months and you're afraid that life is going to happen, then that life thing is more important. So you have to discipline and commit yourself to the things that are more important. So if you don't have enough time to study Japanese, for example, then go and work on your life, because those things will have more value. The argument is still, to me, the argument is still the same thing. It's either a 6-month commitment to something you want to do, or a 6-month commitment to preparing yourself for if life happens. Because if life happens is what you're afraid of, it requires discipline to try to address being afraid of it, to interrupt your schedule, at least in my opinion. Otherwise, I mean, the beginning of this digression was largely talking about vibing, so you could still vibe. Like, I genuinely do not live life thinking that I can predict the future. I usually commit to something and know that through that commitment, I can commit to whatever that's going to come up. So the same discipline structure that makes me feel comfortable in committing to something for 3 months is also the routine and the planning that I do for when life comes up, if life just happens. That might be it might sound a little straightforward. I'm not trying to make it sound straightforward. I think there are plenty of things that people can be afraid of. And I feel that if those things are the most important things that can derail any form of your commitment, then it is probably going to be those things that you may want to work on how to manage, because those things would have more value. So instead of talking about Japanese, you can simply talk about, or like for yourself in your own, to yourself and the people who are involved, how to manage those things instead. And that would be the exercise. So it's no longer talking about traditional school. Now it's about your life. You can get your life together before deciding to learn something if you want. Obviously, in person's life, you can do things at different stages. So for mine, my life was gathered together on scheduling before I decided to do any of these things. So you can take it with a grain of salt. Where when I'm talking about Japanese, its order does matter. So if you're committing to something and you're afraid something else more important is going to come up, it's probably that you want to start with the more important thing first before you commit to something else, right? That's kind of the idea. You commit to the most important things before you commit to the things not. Now, I'm not saying you can't be non-committal to something. Not worrying is your superpower. Worrying is... that's interesting. Saying worrying is your superpower. Worrying is the source of my... If we were going to go with superpowers, worrying is the source of my superpower. Managing worrying is where I'm speaking from now. Like, for honest, like, that's what I'm trying to say. If, like, when you do something, like, commitment can be a litmus test. You don't have to commit to things. Like, for example, say you want to learn how to garden, like grow a vegetable garden, and you ask yourself, okay, I'm going to commit to this for 3 months. The higher it goes, the more it can help you realize what's important, right? So you're saying, all right, I want to start a vegetable garden, and I want to work on it every day for 3 months. And then immediately you start thinking, wait a minute, but what if this happens? But what if that happens? What if it doesn't ever rain? What if it does? Now it gives you an idea of all the things that are more important than the thing you're about to commit to. And I think, in my opinion, that is why you should try new things and commit to new things and see if you can find out all the important things about yourself. So when someone says here's an actual example, an actual anecdote from my personal experience. This person wanted to do a lot of things. Like they had like 6 different plans, and the one that they were worried the most was eventually the thing that they dropped in order to address all the things that they were worrying about. And it changed the landscape. Everything else improved. So like they wanted to learn to do, say, 3 different things. And the one that they worried about most, the source of their worry was the other 2 things. So when they dropped the thing that they worry less about, which is because it's the source of the concern for the more important things, everything else improved. So they were able to give more time to whatever it is that they're worried about. And this is pretty a trivial thing, more so when you think about it not from like a life perspective, like an older person, but let's imagine a student. A student has 5 subjects. And the subject that they're performing worst on, right? When you ask them why are they performing the worst on the 5th subject, they even call it the 5th, and they always get to it last. And I would ask them, like, so what makes this subject so difficult? It's like, well, I don't want to do it. I'm always tired by the time I got to it, and I'm always doing it last. And I'm like, okay, so doesn't that tell you that the other 4 subjects are more important than the 5th subject? So the first question I would ask them is there any chance you could drop it? Or is there any chance you could like consolidate, and how much would you gain if you dropped the 5th subject and bring up the other 4? So the moment they dropped that 4th subject, they were able to address all the things that they felt more important than the 5th subject, because they kept putting it off last. They kept pushing it off. They kept thinking it was optional. Most of their behavior involved that, oh, everything else is more important than this. So that's kind of where we're at for language learning. When someone says, like, do you want to learn another language? And my first thought is, how's your English? So then I would ask them, what do you like about English? Or like, their native language. Usually it's English because they're talking to me. So what do you know about English? Do you like English grammar? Do you like English vocabulary? Do you like reading stuff in English? Like, do you like reading books? How regular are you when you're reading a book or listening to? Do you think about the words people use and the words people type? So my goal was to establish what they think are important in the language, because when they start to commit to another language, it's going to be less important for the time being. It might not feel that way from a wanting perspective. Like, people who pick up Japanese would be, oh yeah, I really love Japanese. Japanese is the thing that gives me my dopamine right now. Meanwhile, you can't do anything without English. Like, I'm speaking specifically hypothetically about an English speaker. The thing is, the appreciation for how important the English language is to them is no longer important in the sense that it is very obvious. It is not obvious anymore. You've done it so much. The habit is that it is essential for you. So essential things are the most important things. So when you think about afraid of life will happen, that is quintessentially one of the most essential things in life. When life happens, yeah, Japanese is not important. Like, when life happens, you definitely go and address your life thing. You don't feel bad per se. In my opinion, I personally do not feel bad about missing like classes if life happens. So the trade-off is more so I'm doing something more important at the time. That's how I would argue with myself, where like, well, you're not going to put something less important in front of something more important, are you? Just because you committed to something? That's what I mean by, if you're someone who thinks when you commit to something for 6 months and you're predicting everything, like you think everything is going to go smoothly, like nothing different is going to happen. It doesn't have to be life. It could be like you failed the test, it was harder than you think, all of that other stuff. All of that other stuff could come up. My first thought is probably that's more important to address first. Whether you think you can predict the future when you plan, or you plan for the unpredictability of the future. For myself, again, very different lifestyle, I suppose. Myself, I plan to do something for 6 months, and I totally expect that it's not going to stay the same. Now, being committed to doing something doesn't mean you always have to commit to doing just that or worse than that. In fact, most of the time when I commit to something, like I commit something for 3 months, I end up doing more than that. Like I did way more in 3 months than I originally planned. So like when you're planning, it gives you a guideline. You can do worse than it for sure. Life can come up, your life can become busy. You can also do more when life becomes less busy. Like, you know, it can go up and down. I think for me, which is part of my earlier rant about this, people plan things to be ideal. They don't plan things to be worse, you know, like worse or better, right? Like they don't plan for the average. They tend to plan for the best. So then anything that comes up is worse. Like if I commit to a 6-month class, I expect to go to at least 4 of the months, not 6 months. If I plan to go, the only way I can succeed is to go to the entire 6 months, then anything will make it worse. Like, so there's realistic and then there's ideal. And planning for realistic outcomes is not the same as predicting for ideal outcomes, which is kind of how I feel about when someone may encounter a lot of frequent committal issues, like becoming friends with someone or taking chance on people. That's usually what happens. Someone would like say, "Oh, I met this really cool friend. I'm all in. Let's all in on this." And then that person trips like one ideal of this person that couldn't, and it's a deal breaker. So when they engage in the relationship, literally, like it feels like almost it's like stepping on eggshells. That the person that they're trying to be friends with didn't even know that they were constantly stepping on eggshells, because anything is a deal breaker. They have an idealized, predictable future of their relationship with this person. And my first thought is, hey, do you wanna meet up like once a week? I mean, if it ends up being more than once a week, that's perfectly fine, but let's go aim for something very realistic, right? Let's go talk once a week. You know, let's study once a week. It can turn into 2 weeks. It can turn into three a week, that type of thing. Or it can turn into less. It could turn into 2 weeks. We don't know. The idea is you're planning to meet and you're seeing where it goes. Interestingly, when you started learning Japanese, reading books was becoming less important. Interesting. Like you were bored with everything on your list, but you used to read more. Oh, I don't read any books. if you want to talk about importance, I haven't committed to reading books at all. It's been so long since I picked up a book. Now, I'm talking about reading book. There is this fun little asterisk about it. I listen to books though. I do listen to audiobooks. It's not quite the same, like people will argue it's not quite the same as reading a book, right? And I say that all the time. Someone would ask me from time to time because they would equate to like committing to reading, right? It's like, oh, you've been reading kanji for a while now in Chinese. You must also like, do you read any books? Have you read any manga or something? And my answer is no, I don't read books very often. Like, but does that mean you don't ever read? Like, I'm reading now. Like, but these are just disjointed sentences and stuff. So what else do you read? It's like, well, I read YouTube comments. It's like, but those are YouTube comments. They're not like reading a book. Like, okay, well, I read the news journal. It's like, but those are not books. It's like, but they're all reading. All of that is reading. It involves reading. Like, I spend hours, timeless hours, looking at Japanese in any form of it, right? That's written. So, this person would then try to qualify, and that's the importance scale. That person's telling me what's important to them. So, what's the problem here? What is the conflict of interest here? Their importance is ideal. They're looking for me to fit exactly what they constitute as reading. So now think about the idealism behind this. When someone says, okay, so the only thing that counts as reading is if I pick up a traditional Japanese book. So now their entire life is, I'm going to commit 6 months of my time to reading only traditional Japanese books that are considered most important, right? Meanwhile, for me, I don't plan that. I plan on encouraging myself to read as much as possible for a 6-month period. And there are many things I could be doing to be reading Japanese. And that is the nature of commitments. I think reading is important, not the type of reading that's important. So, how restrictive you are in your plans is how much predicting you're going to be. Do I predict that I could keep reading Japanese novels for the next 6 months? No way. Absolutely no way. Because life is going to get in the way. I might not like reading books, or Japanese books. It could be laborious. So my first thought is, okay, so let's plan to read something or read anything and see where it goes. I might end up liking reading Japanese books. I don't know. And that's the afraid part. Like when people say they're afraid, oftentimes they're talking about all the things they can't predict. And my first thought is, what about all the things you might surprise yourself? Like all the good things. It does tell bigger story when someone thinks when they're committing to something, the thing that prevents them from committing to something is what bad things can come up, as opposed to the other way around, where what about good things that can come up? What about things that you have no feelings for? Like initially no feelings for. Like I wasn't expecting, actually WaniKani was not where I thought I was going to be. Like this little session here was not where I thought it was going to be. My thought was I was probably going to read the Genki textbook or something. That's the second step. But here we are, a year and a half later, we're on WaniKani. Largely because a few people along the way steered me into a different place. And then I can still comfortably say, I already planned all of this. My plan was to study kanji. Not how, where, predictable it was. So it's interesting. It's very interesting. And thank you for sharing, as always, Beth. This was my attempt. Today was my attempt to like reflect. Most of these plus, like I'm starting a new set of stream sessions called like a plus streams, which is where I would like update all existing things that I have committed to, but now I no longer have to do them on a daily basis. So this is the first stream in the WaniKani Plus series because the next WaniKani stream is going to be around Christmas. And the reason why I'm saying that before you came in was that to establish a habit requires discipline and commitment first. And then all the other stuff come later, in my opinion. It is less and less likely when the commitment period is not adhered to with structure that one does not end up having the flexibility later to adjust. So from my standpoint now, I didn't commit WaniKani to a year and a half. I actually, the initial month was what I committed. The first month was I need to know how WaniKani does. And then I introduced a new routine that made it more flexible come the second month. Then that second month routine then expand to a 6-month period because now I know like how flexible I can be with it. And then the last step was the other 7 months, which brings us up to this. And now that I've, went from the most rigid way, which Beth, I believe you have been doing too. You've been sticking, you've been giving me a bit of a heads up like, oh yeah, the WaniKani things are still going well. Eventually, the idea is after a bit of commitment and whatnot, you can learn how less to commit to it, like, and then do other things. Getting in the habit of being able to commit first for some time to establish a habit and then use that as a flexibility so that you can make room for if life comes up. So what is that amount of period is really up to you. I chose 6 months as a theoretical. It could be 3 months, it could be 2 months. You're gauging your level of commitment as you're going. Some people are 1 week. The idea is that good enough for most tasks? If it isn't, then you're going to have to get up to 3 weeks or a month at some point. If something more important in life isn't forcing you or obligating you, right, or attracting you to commit more than a month, then it is a reflection of the commitments you have in life. For myself, when I throw around like 5 years and 10 years and 7 years, I didn't quite discuss about the conditions in which I am committed to them, right? The conditions continue to change. The underlying goal is what the commitment is. And they derail. It was helpful to realize you didn't have to be 100% stuff at all the time. Yeah, that's kind of where we talked about the WaniKani thing. Knowing that I feel like people can benefit from hearing it's okay. You're not supposed to be perfect, or you don't plan for ideals, right? Yeah, still in that learning zone, even with learning new things. Exactly. And now, so hear me out, right? Now that you've done it consistently for a while, I feel like being afraid, like being afraid to fall off the wagon. You know how you probably heard this before if you watch like fitness content creators or whatnot. Once you get going and then like you've done it for a while, it's human condition to, when you fall off, it's easier to get back on. So like what I mean is the whole fear of committing to something and then, oh no, what if something comes up and now I just like lost everything, like I never come back to it. It's very consistently accepted across many disciplines that when you establish a habit in the window you can, that fear, that anxiety of like taking a break and coming back ends up being lessened. So the more you can commit to something for a while, the more flexible it actually becomes later. It becomes quite flexible later where, oh, you know what? I'm sick today. I'm just going to go rest. And it's going to be exponentially easier to come back if you already have a habit that exists. It's not going to be if you're planning idealism in the beginning and then those things will drive you to quit first or failing to commit in the first place. Like someone would say, oh, I'm going to pass the N5 in 6 months. I'm like, okay. How about doing the N5 exam in 6 months? Because the idea is you're going to do it anyways, and passing is part of doing the N5. So let's start with signing up for the N5 in 6 months and placing your idea of getting there, getting to the N5. So now go and plan the more important things. Because the first thing someone's going to say is, oh, but if you buy the N5, what happens if you don't do any studying? What happens if you fail? It's like, yeah, those are all the more important things. Now go plan them. Commit, right? Commit to something, and all the things that you're worried about are the more important things. Now go and sort them out. That's at least my a great way to litmus test yourself. How did I get into how do I get into running, for example? Literally someone said, hey, we're gonna go run this in a year's time. Are you game? And I'm like, yeah. Where do we sign up? I signed up and now I'm on a one year clock. Did I smash out all the committal things and followed a perfect running training plan to the T? Absolutely not. I was not even close. In fact, I started 4 months, like 4 months left. I waited 6 months to start, so I basically just spent 6 months planning. That happens. And what did I plan for? I planned for the most flexible 4 months I could possibly do, because yeah, that was a no-go to train every single day for a year for a run. And now fast forward, now you might thinking, all right, fast forward, what happened? Well, now I run every day, every single day, outside, rain or snow. Like, compared to how difficult it was to establish the habits that I basically felt like this is real. Like, I had 1 year to prepare for the running event, and the first 6 months I spent reading about how to prepare for the running event. That was my younger self. Like, my younger self who thought that he was competent enough to like predict futures and account for things and min-maxing. And then you go back and it's a lot easier. And people do fail. Maybe that's just something to maybe factor in. Yeah, the potential you might have to pay to take it again. Yeah. Now here's the thing though. When they go and do that, and when they go and fail, right? Like, let's just say they do fail, right? How much do you think they would have worked if they said, nah, okay, I'll just wait until I feel ready to take the test, right? There's a compromise here. Obviously, it can still work the other way. You have to ask yourself, but what if you didn't sign up? What if you didn't commit to something? How well or how much effort would you place when you didn't commit to something? Well, if you ever ask yourself, man, I always wanted to do insert this, and that was 15 years ago, then you can know that the odds of someone not doing something from a lack of commitment, in my opinion, is probably greater than 50%. than the odds of someone who commits to something and do it despite failing and coming back. Because when you pay to take it again, you didn't only pay to take it again to lose it, you also save time. Not doing something for a very long time is not saving any money because you're not saving any time either. So that's kind of one of those things, like weighing, right? For myself, to this day, if I didn't sign up for that running event, I would still be telling myself, you know what? I'm almost 40 years old. Maybe I should start running. Like, I should really take care of my heart. And I would still haven't run a lap in my life. You never know. You wouldn't know. It was rough. Like, it was very rough, the first running event. I almost felt like I really genuinely felt like I was about to die. So now it's like, well, that's in the past. Like, nothing compares to that anymore. Luckily, you don't have to at this point. You also still would be more concerned about taking it on a Sunday. I see. You just feel it just rules a lot of people out that have responsibilities. Yeah. Or they just make a sacrifice, you guess. Yeah, a compromise. Yeah, I know sacrifice is a word that people, like, it's often used. Sacrifice often feels like it's a one-way exchange. A compromise means that, like, you decided to pick something more important for that day than something else. So if you had two choices, you pick the more important response, like the more important thing at that time. It may not always be the same thing, but at that time, you're not really sacrificing. You're picking something that was more important. You're making a compromise between two very important things. Obviously, in a great world, you could have the cake and eat it at the same time. I would be totally down for that. Like, imagine being able to take an exam without paying for it. The question now, hear me out. There's still a compromise here. What if both things are equally important to me? I flip a coin. I would use objectivity then. If you're saying both things are equally as important, you flip a coin. There's a catch to this coin flipping. When you flip the coin and it lands on a choice and you said, but then it's the other choice. Same deal. You commit to something, flip a coin. The coin is going to force your commitment. And then when you look at that result and you're like, wait a minute, but what if it's the other thing that's more important? Oftentimes when someone flip a coin, they're looking for a result. So if you flip on a coin and you see the result, it's like, oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, that's right. You have your confirmation. And then if you're asking me, well, what if the three things are equally important? Three-sided die. Or a random number generator. I don't know. There's many ways to substitute for probability. And then you narrow it down. So the idea is, what if four things are important? Take a random number generator, right? Split 12 digits into three each. So you have 1 through 3, 4 through 6, etc. Hit the number generator, and then it picks one, right? And you're like, wait a minute, but what if? All right, put that on the list, and then it's like, wait, but what if this? Like those two, and decide between them. If it works, it works. It's one of those. Obviously, this is talking about things that people who are very indecisive about, right? We're talking about things that are incredibly indecisive. Now, the other more complex and time-consuming way to really decide is you write a list of pros and cons. right? You write pros and cons for both lists and see it for yourself. Not tangentially rattling off ideas. You sit down and you look at the pros and cons, right? Which one? Rarely, in my opinion, there are rarely things in one's life that is identical to each other in weight. So you like also the wait a minute means maybe actually more important. Pros and cons are good too. Yeah. So if you want to do it that way, that is the pros and cons list is more so between people that can't agree on things. So for yourself, jerk reflexes is pretty good. By the way, the thing that you asked me, these hypotheticals about importance and stuff, usually it's in scheduling, and I can't tell you how often someone challenged me on this, and we often go through these exercises, and we do more than one of these exercises. Like we flip a coin. I go like they could. We play counterpoint, point, and counterpoint. So point, counterpoint. They provide a point, I provide a counterpoint. And until they are satisfied with enough counterpoints, they can make a decision. That's another way where like someone would tell me why it's important, I would challenge them with a counterpoint, and they would defend. Again, back and forth until they can strongly defend one of their decisions, then they pick on that one. So whichever one they can strongly defend more consistently is probably likely going to be the more important point. And then we do pros and cons, so you can combine all of these. Usually though, when someone says, oh, I don't know which game I'm going to play, flip a coin. If you truly think they're equal, go flip a coin. And then when it lands, remember to tell yourself, are they equal? If you're saying but, they're not equal, that's a great way to help yourself. Like for me personally, that gives the person accountability. So you can let something decide and ask yourself if you're comfortable in letting the coin decide what is more important to you. The moment you look at it and say, but, you get to choose. You get to choose to obey the coin or not obey the coin. Then it's your choice that you made. And your choice is always going to be the most important one, in my opinion. Because when you make that choice, you have held yourself accountable for the choice being the most important. Then you don't think about what ifs, at least in my opinion. You're trying to encourage the person to not think about what if I did this instead. It's now I know what's important to me, and I'm going to focus on this. Now we're off to the next decision, whether they like the game or not after playing it. So now if you're wondering how do we make it tied to the original fail the exam thing, imagine that person spending 3 months deciding between the games and not playing the game at all. Neither game. That is what's happening online for me. Like when I talk to other people about managing their time, making decisions, critical thinking skills, what actually happens? They don't do either of them. Sometimes they try to do both and fail to do both. So like they try to do a little of column A and a little column B, and neither of them worked out because they were split between the two. So many things can happen. Usually, if I had to make a list, they either try to do both and they fail to do both, or the second thing is they chose not to do either of them and went on to a different decision, which ended up being more important, or it took them away at least. So whatever they were arguing about, they actually spent time, 3 months arguing about whether they're going to play the game, and they never did it in the first place because something else important came along. Now, I asked them, so what did you end up doing? And it's like, oh, I ended up playing this game because I like it more. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. Why didn't you play that game first? Like, well, you know, I thought this choice was something I could squeeze in. And I'm like, but it wasn't important enough, was it? So that's kind of one of those things that, now think about all the time that you have saved or not saved, right? Time is also money. Like, here's one thing that oftentimes doesn't come into the whole college thing. Like, when you're paying your tuition, often people make a decision and they say, well, you pay for tuition, you may or may not get your tuition, right? But worse, by failing or you succeed, you get the degree. Now, there's also how long it takes you to make a decision, because time is also money, right? And then how long something takes to do it. So oftentimes people originally focus on online. The main concern is, how long does it take once I commit? So like, if you commit to college, 4 years, right? So, but hear me out. Online, if we take college out of the picture, or we can leave college in. If you ask that student, okay, you're going to commit to college. Okay, what pace are you going to do it at? It usually takes longer than 4 years. So, is it important to them to do it at their own pace, or is it important to them, or are they more comfortable in getting the pace dictated to them? Usually is the latter nowadays, where someone's like, oh yeah, I'm doing college at my own pace. It'll take them about 8 to 9 years to get a 4-year degree. It actually took me longer for my graduate school degree than my PhD than most of my colleagues. And that was the time when I was saying, I prefer to use that time to do those things. Now, others would say, well, that means that's 4 years not spending time making money. And now my first thought is, okay, well, how much percentage of time do you think a kid or a younger person now spends making a decision in the first place? And it is pretty sobering, like quite worrisome. Their indecision to do something can eclipse the task in the first place. Like, for example, all right, this kid has a project due in 1 month. They decide to ask the teacher for help with 3 days left. And you might be thinking, okay, well, maybe it's just like they were almost done with the project and they're just asking the teacher for the last final touches. It's like they didn't even start the project yet. And then when they start the project, they found out that they had a problem in which that they have to ask the teacher with 3 days left after giving 1 month on the project. Now, I understand life can come up, right? You could argue, all right, well, what was the kid's excuse? What was the student's excuse? And they said life came up. I'm like, okay, so can you explain to me what the life thing is? Well, they're suffering from ADHD, they have social anxiety, and they don't have any friends, they don't like being in school, they can't make any friends, and they just don't have an established study habit. And my first thought is like, wow, those do sound like very important things to work on, probably prior to all the other stuff that you should decide on. So I'm very proud, like it's great that you are still able to manage to start a project, have 3 days left over. What can you do with those 3 days? What can you learn from those 3 days? So then you can spend all of your time addressing all the problems that came up, because you spent 27 out of the 30 days dealing with something more important. Did you learn anything from it? And the answer is no. Like, resounding no. They spent 27 days sitting there doing nothing about the things that they're more important about. They didn't try to look at their ADHD that they claim. They didn't try to see and work on how to make friends. They didn't ameliorate or try to alleviate why they hate school or understand the nature of why they hate school. They didn't do any of that with their time. In fact, they sat down with indecision and avoided all of the decisions. That's zero accountability and zero time saved, regardless if the thing they're making is important or not. So that's kind of one of the things. That's the more like sobering example that I have. And it's probably the most common one. Pretty consistent. It's nine, I would say no contest for me personally. The most common problem is someone is able to very remarkably tell me what's more important. And the time they spend with that, they don't do anything with it. Like, all right, like this kid knows so well about themselves. They say, well, if I was given 6 months to do a project, I would spend the last 4 days doing it. Okay, so what are you doing with the other 90% of the time? They're like, well, I have social anxiety and I'm kind of hyper-stimulated. I like playing video games. Video games keep me entertained. Doom scrolling makes me feel really good. And sometimes I just don't like going out. Oh, my parents like to invite me and go on vacations, but I don't really like it, even though it takes up a lot of time. And I'm like, I like spending time on Roblox. Okay. All right. Those are a lot of things that are much more important than doing your 6-month project, for sure. So how are you gonna juggle all that? Have you worked on it? Those are very important things. So how do you manage your Roblox time? How are you working on your social anxiety problems? Let's go and start on those things. And that's where usually I spend more of my time talking about. Like, the idea is you gotta focus on the more important things. Like, I'm not arguing with anyone. Like, I spend less time arguing with the person about what's more important. I'm not going to sit there and say that, oh yeah, they got a 6-month project and they only spent 3 days on it. It's clearly not important to them. The question is, how do we get the person to understand how to take care of the things that are important to them? If they can't take care of the things that are important to them, they aren't going to be able to take care of things that are less important to them. If school is less important if school is less important to them, what's more important? You can still teach critical thinking, problem solving, commitments, time scheduling, all of those things on the things that are more important to them. Even then, it's a shame. Like, one of the disappointment, like the sobering thing about me when I see this thing is, it's disheartening to think that you can go into your 20s and even into your adult not seeing that what's important to you, and yet you're afraid to do other things because the things that are more important are scary. Like, there's no enough control. Not that you can get complete control of it. You can't control the unpredictability of future. However, you don't feel like you're in control of responding to them or scheduling them. So oftentimes we don't talk about those things. Like, if someone tells me, oh yeah, they're having trouble learning Japanese, I would ask them, what is keeping you from learning Japanese? Let's talk about that first. Because that's clearly more important. Whatever is keeping you from doing something has to be, in my opinion, has to come first. Otherwise, focusing on something downstream, that is exactly what my problem is with the current generation of people who are compulsory online. They think about the goal, but they are rarely ever thinking about how they're going to get to the goal. Like, in what nature are they going to get to the goal? Like, oh man, wouldn't it be awesome to be fluent in Japanese in 3 years? It's like, I know, right? I wouldn't mind being fluent in Japanese 3 years. Tell me, how are you going to get there? I have no idea how I'm going to get there. I'm going to start with 1 month, then 3 months, then 6 months. And by the time I get to a year and a half, I'm still going to tell you I have no idea if I'm ever going to be near fluent or conversational in Japanese. Do I sound like I'm afraid that my time would be wasted on something more important? No, because I'm doing it. I have no fear of where this is going to take me, but I know that I'm committed to making progress, right? The day in and the day out. And I think that's kind of where I think people need to hear that more often. So that's probably going to be the sentiment I'm going to leave this like particular plus series at. The take-home message here is, yeah, that fear about unpredictability is always there. Like if you ask another person, maybe they'll feel differently. I'm always fearful of things that come up, right? And if worrying is your superpower, Beth, managing your superpower is probably my superpower. Like, I would say rewind it 20 years back. I feel I could empathize with you. Worrying about the future it feels like it's everyone's superpower. Like if you continuously try to predict the future, it's endless for a human to be fearful of an unpredictable future. It's kind of like, it might even be more prevalent now on the internet, right? Like when you spend the time on internet having every example of every potential permutation that could come up, then you can visibly think of all the hypothetical things that could come up. And there are far more things that can come up that you don't want to consider. So yeah, I would totally get more knowledge, more information equals more fear. And at the same time, to counter that or to balance that is the idea that also good things can happen, surprising things can happen, opportunistic things can happen. Your pros and cons. Would I say it's enough to make the fear go away? Absolutely not. Fear and optimism, right? Pessimism and optimism exist together. They exist with each other. Now, I feel like the vast majority of people forget that things could also be good without reading too much into it. The likelihood is the person that I'm speaking to might not have had a lot of reinforcement or encouragement or examples of things that would counter it. And for me, it would be my privilege to be a source of counterbalance to someone's fear. I fear every day. That's kind of the problem here. Like right now I juggle all my fears, right? I talk about my mania every once in a while. Whenever someone provides an interaction or what I say online is a constant consternation of fear, right? And yet I do it every day. I do legitimately record something, publish it, leave it out in public, despite my ever-present fear of accountability and academic integrity day in and day out. And then when someone like talks about a topic and I responded with like incomplete knowledge, that fear continues to carry me for days in and day out. It's so chronic that I spend sleepless days. Now, I told myself this was the most important thing. I need to learn how to manage it. How do I change my constant chronic fear and anxiety about accountability and commitments, which I had when I was a kid? Because in my opinion, in the Chinese space, the Chinese value space, when you're doing something in public, It is the fear that keep you in line. I talked about this before about like Japanese the similarities possibly between like Japanese and Chinese culture in public. Being agreeable and intensely polite is conditioned through the fear of disappointment and bringing shame to yourself, not to elevate yourself. So you do not get clarity and reward for doing something that is fearful. You fear of shaming yourself. You fear insulting someone else in public or embarrassing yourself. So nearly all of the behavioral architecture that I grew up with was from that fear. Now, growing up in the United States, there are other complementary or contrasting personalities and cultures, and one of them is to be fearless, confident but not arrogant, like accountability met with your actions. So when I say something incorrect, I'm more than likely do not feel the fear of embarrassment of admitting I am wrong, but explaining how I got it wrong, explaining what I can do to make it right. That is what I have learned in the mixed culture state. So one can appear humble and still fearless. And that's kind of where I am at the point. Like when someone talks about, well, you have your life together and you think you can plan these things and you have the skills to do so. You have consistency in your life. So I don't have any consistency in my life. Like what I mean is not the consistency that people think. Like, oh, your life is going well, so you never have a fear of failure. It's like I have a fear of failure every single day. In fact, most of the time when someone asks me for my qualifications, I usually have this compulsory habit of like trying not to reveal my qualifications because it also means that I'm held accountable for them. So whenever I make a claim, I commit to my accountability of failure as well. Like when I do something, I'm also taking into account that it might fail. So when I go to help someone, I don't help people that I'm always successful at, which is very tough. It is very tough to accept. When you want to help someone, you're helping because you're committed to helping them. It doesn't mean you're going to be successful. I think the one really sobering and maybe humbling is hubris when it comes to helping someone. Largely to the point where some people who help, they can become abusive unintentionally by being belligerent because they feel compelled to be successful even in helping someone. You fail helping people. Like, it sucks, but it happens. It actually happens a lot. Like, I do talk about people I interact with. Rarely did anyone ever ask me, so how often do you succeed? How often do you fail? Like, how often do you fail? And I usually break it down. Like, someone thought that because I speak a lot and I talk a lot, like, I see that you don't have trouble being social or making friends. And I'm like, ooh, okay, so what do you think that is? Or like, what do you think that looks like? Like, well, someone who talks to a lot of people are likely to make a lot of friends. Like, I don't think you understand. People who talk to a lot of people also fail a lot. They fail proportionally. So this is where I started keeping track. When someone asked me, what is your success rate in getting to talk to people in great detail? Well, I try about 100 times, and I might succeed 1 out of the 100 times every single year. And that person's like, so then why do you do it? If you fail 99% of the time, why do you do it? Like, well, what do you think is normal? To me, 1 out of 100 times is my normal success rate. So I can only aim to do better next time. Maybe one day I can get to 2%. Maybe you can get to 3%. Maybe I'll die only at 1% success ratio. The question is it worth it? Is it important to you? It's important to me. So no contest. I would try 100 times to get that one. Someone would say, well, no. I can't commit to something so unpredictable, right? I can't commit to knowing that if I try 99 times and I never make a friend, and then I quit before the 100th time to get the friend. You can't predict that. It's unpredictable. You can have a probability of its success, but you don't know. It could be the next thing. It could be the next person. It could be the last person. You may never make a friend after attempting 100 times because you were unlucky. That is fear. And that is fear without accountability. So you have no accountability and commitment on top of fear. When you do not commit to something, you also are free of your fear. So to go back to like the very beginning of all of this, it is fear comes with commitment, not the other way around. Like, you don't manage fear, you don't learn to do what is fearful or anything if there is no stakes, no commitment. So oftentimes taking the safe route is to not commit to anything. That's perfectly fair, right? And you can choose that. What do I not commit to? Well, I certainly do not commit to parachute, like skydiving. I certainly would not commit to skydiving. You could make the arguments like, but isn't that important to overcome your fear? Or now it's like, not for me. Pass. I'm not committing to skydiving. Period. Someone can experience that in their life. I'm good. Granted, I got pretty close. I got pretty close once. I went from a fear of heights to jumping off a canyon. Yeah, in a bungee cord. So a bungee swing. So you still sometimes still take the risk for sure. The idea is fear is part of commitment. I don't think it's gonna go away. Now, whether it's important or not and how you manage it is probably where all this comes from. So, to bring it back to WaniKani, my commitment to WaniKani is that maybe we'll have more updates and stuff. Oh, for the record, Beth, I pay my commitment to WaniKani was I bought the lifetime payment during Christmas, because on the new year I bought both Hansuhiro and WaniKani's lifetime. That was my commitment right off the bat. And no, I didn't make a chart of how long it was. Like, if I were to subscribe for a year because something could come up, or like, what if I subscribed every month and then took months off so that I can't commit to the lifetime? I simply just bought the lifetime thing at a price that was discounted. Hansuhiro didn't have a discount. It was just the normal discounted price for its launch. And then WaniKani had a discounted rate. Next year, so last year during winter, I bought Boom Pro's lifetime thing, and that was the commitment I made. Am I going to get that amount of money based on the number of subscription months and stuff? It's like, imagine how much time I would be spending using WaniKani and Boom Pro instead of calculating my commitment. Now, I get it. There are times when you want to say, like, should I buy this $20,000 car or this $5,000 car? And then you have to like calculate the amount of time, the amount of value and mileage and stuff. I get it. That is definitely something to consider of. And if those things are more important, then you do them. it also consumes time. And for myself, over time, for lack of a better word, I decided I know how much my commitments are. And usually, hear me out, when it comes to products that are like supply and demand, oftentimes the person who makes the decision, you have to argue if you're using a disproportionate amount of time to make that decision, to do it, or even to use it, because money actually don't stay the same value per time. So if you don't use money, like, this is the counterpoints. Obviously you can argue the other side of things. One of the counterpoints is that if you don't use money, the money doesn't do anything either. If you don't use your time, the time doesn't do anything either. So it's a balancing point. If fear rules most of your decision making, then most of your time is focused on fear, which has no, like, that can lead to less value than a commitment to a failure. So it's kind of those things. And my counterpoint, when someone says, well, what if you spent too much money? Like, what if you spent $500 and you realize that later down the road you could have had a 50% discount 6 months later? It's like, how much is 6 months worth to you? So if you spent $500 now only to fail in 6 months, and then you could have argued, well, if I knew I was going to fail in 6 months and I spent $500, I could have just waited 6 months and did something else, and then bought it at $250 6 months later. It's like, yeah, but 6 months is gone. How much is 6 months worth to you? How much is your failure worth to you? And I want to end on a very positive message. I don't think people's failures are a waste of time. If there's anyone who would vehemently argue against you about your failures, it would be me. I do not believe failures are a waste of time. Mistakes are not a waste of time. They are opportunities. That's how you learn discipline, structure, problem solving. You make mistakes. You fail sometimes. You succeed sometimes. Sometimes things don't actually make a difference. You make the difference. So when it comes to someone who says, well, a failure is not worth $500, I'm like, dang, that is a very cheap failure. In my opinion, personally, you could put a value on your failure? Okay. I mean, the last time I checked, when I fail an exam, I don't only feel like I lost the money on the exam. Like N5, preparing for N5, and I prepare for the best of my ability after committing to it, and I fail the exam, and all I can think about is like, man, I wasted that money. It's like, no, you didn't. You spent all that time studying for the exam. That is the value of your commitment. If you didn't spend the money on that exam, what would you do? You could always go back and argue, well, I would have studied just as hard without that commitment. We'll never know because we can't travel back in time and, do double-blind studies. However, I would argue statistically and behaviorally, the person who committed to something is far more likely to have done more with their time of value that's important to them than someone that did not. So if you never have a form of commitment or fear, right? Fear is rough. Fear is so rough. It is also a driver. And I say this because if someone wants to if they keep fighting, like a lot of times people will say, well, those examples don't exist. Give me an example. The Japanese and Chinese culture. What I mentioned earlier. The fear of disappointment, the fear of shaming your legacy and your family is one of the major drivers, because what is that? What does that mean? It's a commitment to your family. My namesake, like, hierarchy and legacy and lineage is a really big thing in Chinese culture, even though I grew up in the United States, right? Born and raised in the United States. My name is ingrained. Like, it's a commitment. When I was born into a commitment. So that comes with fear. How you harness that fear? I mean, yeah, that's true. You can always learn from your mistakes. Yeah, mistakes and all the time. Now, I say this because I'm not saying this will solve everyone's problem. Like, understanding that mistakes are valuable, right? Or like what you do with your time is valuable unless you choose for it to not be valuable. I'm saying this because there isn't enough of it. There's not enough to counterbalance the fear, the FOMO, right? Fear is just the tip of the iceberg. Fear is like the top thing you can see. Everything below is all your other things. FOMO, getting older, your peak years, getting over the hump, like all those things, like being privileged, starting off on the good foot. Is it too late? As in like old physically and all that stuff. All of that stuff still exists. There's not enough to tell people like whatever you do is valuable if you think it's important, right? Make it important. Like, you're choosing to do something with your time. It's easier to tell yourself you wasted your time because it takes effort to learn from what you have done. Like, that's kind of my hot take, like the TLDR here. I think it is far easier for people to forget and leave. Like, wash yourself of things. The internet makes it really easy to do that. You use something, you fail, you wash yourself of it. Just say, that's okay, I just wasted a month. That's no problem. I'll just move on to the next thing, and that thing will change that will change my outcome. I'll save up enough. I will make up for the 1 month that I wasted. Notice there's something missing here. They didn't say, I used 1 month on this product and now I can make a better decision on my next choice. Because I learned what didn't work for me for all these reasons, I can make a better, more informed choice, combining my experience with what's online to make a better decision for myself next. It's not that. It's more like, this is garbage. This is hot garbage. I wasted 3 months. Now I have to start over with something else. That is what I hear 9 out of 10 times. And someone says, I played this game. I wasted 3 months. That's 3 months I'll never get back. 3 months I'll never... And my first thought is, do you have some time? Can you explain to me what you hated about this game? And then tell me, how would you use this in the future to talk about things? Now that time has value. Either they need to explain it to me, or in the future they can explain how their other game that sucked 3 years of their life was such a waste of time. They can use that learning lesson and talk about the new game that they really like and why they chose the new game, because the old game informed them about the new game. It's not the same as, hey, let's just wait to see what life throws at me, which is very similar to being fearful of what life throws at you, because the next time you're like, wait, I don't want to start this game. What if they disappoint me? I'm like, so? Explain to me how they would disappoint you. And the person's like, well, once I play the game and the developers just didn't get me. And I'm like, okay, well, that's gonna suck, because every game is gonna be like that if you don't know like how to appreciate what you're playing or doing things. Like, you have no control over that. So fear is indirectly proportional to the lack of control, because you're not predicting the future. Like, imagine playing a video game and always expecting it to meet the money you spent on it. I don't remember the last time I bought a video game and my first thought was, man, I have to like this game because the developer can read my mind, and the developer is always going to be on the same wavelength as I am. I don't think I've ever bought a game like that. I don't think I've ever bought a game behaving like that. Now, that is a social norm now. It is a very social norm. When you pay for something, you're expected to get something from that result, right? And that is very much like going to college and paying for 4 years and expecting a degree. Well, what happens when you fail? And then someone was like, well, some others would never go to college because they fear that they would fail, right? The fear of failing. And I agree with you. There are things where, oh, you could go into catastrophic debt, right? Like some people was like, oh, they talk about how I'm still in $250,000 in school debt. I was like, I agree. That could ruin a person's life. So I'm not trying to trivialize the gravity of people's decisions and their fear. I'm encouraging them to decide more about what they're compromising and what they're making those decisions on. This time that I've decided to use right this very moment is something I stand fast. I am steadfast in talking about these things. I think there requires far more influential people than myself to remind other people that your time is absolutely precious and you do have agency. Like, to some extent, you don't have total control over what feels like it's rewarding or not. However, you do have some control. There are going to be things you don't have control over. There are going to be things you have control over. Living through life without any control is easily manipulated by fear. And oftentimes, it's so unfortunately manipulated by fear that it makes it very cheap online. Like, online stuff, fear is cheap. It's very cheap. So, if I were to sell a product, right, probably capitalize on that fear. Whenever you say, oh yeah, here's a guaranteed way to learn Japanese for a low subscription of $14 a month. And you can probably sell pretty well. And then, like, they'll find out, it's like, oh, but they betrayed me. It's like, but you're selecting for people who are subjective to fear. So what would happen is they would probably argue most of the times, like, oh, maybe I did something wrong. Maybe it's just me. This is why I don't trust myself anymore. So to me, that's kind of one of the vicious points about some of these things. Tools don't have feelings. The people who are selling the tools may have feelings. So maybe you want to understand the people who are behind this stuff. However, the tool itself, you can get as angry as possible at the exam that you failed, or, the scheduling of things, or a meteorite hitting Earth or something like that. If it's going to happen, it's probably going to happen. Don't sell yourself short and sell your time short because of things that may or may not happen. You do have control of the things you choose to do, and the mistakes and successes you get to do along the way. I understand that there are plenty of representations of people's lives who have no control, like absolutely no control. They actually just feel like they never have any control. And the irony here is seizing some of that control, it can do wonders. So trying to tell people, like, so what if you make a mistake? You did something. You chose something. You took up the challenge to do something despite your fears. How impressive is that? So the moment I hear someone's like, hey, we've been talking for a while. I decide to do this, and you know what? I'm gonna try my best. I know things can come up, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Like, come tell me about it, because I would love to hear about the ups and downs. The idea is that that person is taking at least some semblance of their control on the things that they find more important. It can be anything, right? Like, someone could be talking about whether they want to invest in WaniKani, and then 3 hours later we could be talking about how they don't really want WaniKani. They simply want to sleep better. Like, tell me about your sleep hygiene. Let's go and exchange ideas about sleep hygiene, because anytime when you talk to someone and you're trying to explain what your fears are, they might be very important, incredibly important. So that's kind of my, we'll keep this as a secret, you know. That's the secret agenda. The motivation is to get people to understand, at least through their own words. Like, I'm not manipulating them in the sense. I'm simply asking questions and then seeing if they can come up with, you know, the things that are important to them. We don't even have to talk about Japanese most of the time. Japanese could just be the litmus test for finding out what is important to them. In fact, here's a funny track record. I've met probably 30 people that I talk with over an extended amount of time. 27 of them stopped language learning, like, up to this point. Like, 27 of them took a break from language learning. So it's not like I'm a poster child for, oh man, if I like language learning, I can get other people to keep language learning. No, they found that there are more important things than language learning. They actually ended up doing things outside of language learning, like specifically doing whatever they were currently doing. They actually ended up doing something that was very remarkable. Like, their jobs got better, or they had a child. Someone went to college. 2 people went to college. 3 people decide to travel the world instead and do it that way. They prioritize traveling the world over learning a language, right? Like, it can come with traveling the world, but they understood that what they really wanted to do was to travel, not the act of learning the language. So, like, the language can come after. That was their worry. Was they were constantly worried if they were going to be good enough before they can travel. Well, over time they ended up traveling and then worrying about learning the language later, because traveling was more important to them. So over time, actually language learning, a target language, was like bundled in. It wasn't even part of the importance of other, like, most of the people I met. And that's pretty much kind of how it is. All right, this is a excellent, fun topic about WaniKani. I thought about this, by the way. Most of this stuff that I'm talking about, I thought about it day in and day out. You know, I spent on an average of 2 hours every single day for over a year and a half, and I thought about it. It's like, is this important to me? Like, what if I forgot everything in WaniKani? What if it was a disaster? What if I never got to level 60? I thought about all of these things, for sure. During the daily upkeep, I formed far more value evaluating and thinking about how I would use all of my time than thinking about what would happen. Like, what if I dropped my streak? What if I didn't make stream today? I didn't think about that most. You think you have other priorities, but Japanese can still fit in at some level. That's great, and I hope that it reflects the priorities it has. Right? We have tiers, and that's good. My priority for WaniKani was very low. Like, really low. Actually, I already mentioned this a couple of times. Learning Japanese was a low priority, relatively speaking. talking to people about how they're learning, what they're doing, how they're feeling, right? How are they making decisions? Talking about how they're approaching problem solving and stuff. That was top priority. Covering and talking about that type of thing, covering the process, my routines and whatnot, that was top priority. I needed to do all of the time, like mess around and put in the time in order to come up with those things. So those things are the top priority. And if you think about it, like earnestly, if I had to, the thing that I do most across the 2.5 years was yapping. And it was yapping about learning for sure, like problem solving, multiculturalism, like topical things, than actually studying. I actually spent even more time yapping. That sounds crazy to think that, well, I spent over 3,000 to 4,000 hours studying vocabulary and like kanji, and yet that isn't even the most time I spent doing a task. So I do have a lot of more important things, obviously. The most important thing is come up with experience in understanding how to create and manipulate to get people to do tasks, right? So to get them to take control and agency of their task. I genuinely do believe that in another 2 or 3 years, we're going to have a very different discussion, and it may not happen, right? If we're spinning the fear thing, all of this stuff that I've set into motion, I still got like 3 or 4 years of staggered projects, and they were planned over 10 years ago. Are they going to come to fruition? Well, we'll see. It might actually come earlier than later. So I might fail, quote unquote, fail to predict how quickly it's going to come on, or it could be really far away. I actually put it around 2 or 3 years. We'll see. We'll have a different talk. This stuff that I'm talking about is for the 2 to 3 years in the future. Right now, this is the testing ground, the ground that I want to build all of this stuff. So then in 2 or 3 years, when I want to set up like interviews and set up collaborations and things, I would have enough experience and literally things recorded for that purpose. So we'll see. It's really exciting. Here's what I would say about the future, Beth. I'm both fearful and excited, anxious, and honestly, I can't wait. Or I can wait. Some days I can wait, some days I can't wait. So, fear, anxiety, and excitement all at the same time. I have fear, therefore I can be excited. Right? I have confidence, therefore I also have concerns, reservations. To feel reservations, I balance it with a sense of confidence. To feel fear, I balance it with a sense of excitement. So I'm looking forward to how off I am and how on I am. Or it could be anywhere in between, or it could be all off. Like I could be way wrong. And that will still be exciting, because if I'm way wrong, that means whatever the future has is going to shock me like nobody's business. I genuinely believe, though, in another 2 or 3 years, all things that I'm saying now are likely going to be the most common problems, quote unquote, perceived problems. And the perceived problem, the perception of the problem is that they're in short supply, as in they are the most under practiced skills, not the most practiced skills. I think there will be a demand for negotiating, decision making, time scheduling, how to cultivate human skill building, not tool autonomous agentic devices, for the other side of things. It'll be interesting to see. I feel like it's pretty safe that we'll have another 2 or 3 years and see what happens, Beth. I think so. And I hope that most of the priorities in your life and whatnot also sees like awesome transformations. Right. Looking forward to it. Alright, folks. That's a wrap for WaniKani's first Purasu, right? Purasu series, right? The Plus series. 1+. Again, WaniKani is in the background. It is going to be served as the reference for the next session, the Boom Pro session. And we will probably reconvene in December sometime. Maybe a little bit before Christmas. It will be at least 2 sets of full month content updates on WaniKani by the time Christmas rolls around. And we'll talk about it then. So until then, if you're going to watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up WaniKani for yourself. Give it a go. You have 6 months, man. Like 6 months is like level what? Level 20, right? In WaniKani. That means that whoever sees this video and they say like, oh yeah, we're going to get WaniKani, you know, the next 6 months, and then they come back with the next stream, they're already like ready to hit those books and whatnot. That'll be really interesting. So you're more than welcome to come on by and yap, discuss, talk about things. It doesn't have to be about WaniKani or Japanese or what have you. We're talking about more about lifestyle choices and decision making. Overall, try to get people in good spirits. I feel there is not enough personal positivity nowadays and far more results oriented thinking, predictable results oriented thinking, when sometimes you simply got to take a chance, hold accountability, and enjoy the ride, or enjoy not to enjoy the ride. Try to find significance in the work, right? Hard work is not often enjoyable. It's certainly rewarding when it comes out in the end, at least in my opinion. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, walk around, stretch a bit, and I'll be back we're gonna have an abbreviated Boom Pro for today and Hanzihiro as planned, right? We already planned this. And I'll be right back. It'll be pretty quick.